Ultimate Ranma Story. Ultimate Ranma Story link. https://www.fanfiction.net/s/5million591,211/1/category genre tragedy/adventure author Dreaming Fox at 4 link https://www.fanfiction.net/u/776218/last updated April 30th 2010 words 71,173 rating T status in progress content Chapter 1 to 15 of 15 chapters. Source fanfiction.net. Summary: the ultimate test of martial arts prowess versus superhuman strength. Ranma versus the Incredible Hulk. Ranma X Ultimate Marvel * Chapter 1 * Chapter 1 Author's notes: I've gotten tired of waiting for a good Ranma/X-Men/Marvel crossover, so I've decided to do something about it. While it's using the idea behind the March on Ultimatum, I won't be limiting myself to the canon of that world. No, I do not own Marvel or Ranma. I'm just a lowly fanfiction writer. The early evening breeze felt refreshing to the young man as he laid on the warm roof. Though the hard clay shingles poked into his toned muscles in his back, the youth had slept on worse and less forgiving terrain. Ever since the fiasco that was the failed wedding, things around the Tendo compound were, well, strange, especially for Ranma. He just couldn't look at Akan the same way, and she apparently couldn't look at him either. It was like that time after Akan had gone off to the woods filled with huge animals, only different. He just couldn't put it into words, but he knew that it was different. More intense than that time. Lost in thought as the young martial artist tried to put his feelings into words, Ranma suddenly felt a slight rumbling. Great, I wonder if Ryoga's managed to find his way back here. The rumbling soon subsided, easing the martial artist's mind. Guess he got lost again. The sound of hundreds of cats yowling and dogs barking filled the night sky even as the household animals fled the safety of their masters' homes or the dark alleys that they populated. Sitting up, Ranma watched as the neighbor's dog, the same one he'd once mistook for Ryoga, dashed across the Tendo's yard, barking as though there were no tomorrow. In a flash Ranma was off the roof, snatching the dog up before it could run into the open veranda and ruin the carefully cooked meal that Kasumi had prepared. "Thank you, Ranma," the ever-pleasant older girl said with her trademark smile. Despite his strength and skill, the big-tailed martial artist thought to maintain a solid hold of the uncharacteristically energetic dog. In all his highly destructive fights, the young martial artist had become accustomed to the sounds of destruction, be it a few sudden potholes being made in the road or the sound of boulders being sundered. Yet in all his fights nothing sounded as terrible as the sounds that filled his ears as an unimaginable wave of destruction swept through Tokyo. Tsunami. That was what the rumbling was, an earthquake, and there must have been a powerful tsunami as a result. But with Nerima in the northwestern district of Tokyo, they were a long ways off from the ocean. But just in case, grabbing hold of Kasumi, he ignored her indignant cry of protest as he leapt onto the roof. "Ranma!" the eldest Tendo daughter cried out. "I think there's been an earthquake out at sea and a tsunami hitting Tokyo," he explained as he set her down. "I'm going to go check it out." "Tsunami? But we're so far from the ocean," the polite older girl replied. "Just in case," he said as he turned to go, "get everyone up here. As a martial artist, I should go help out." Before she could even suggest that he take the true masters of the anything-goes martial arts style, Ranma was off. After clearing several blocks, a sea of darkness greeted the young man. Only his keen eyes allowed him to pick out the flicker of motion as hundreds of bewildered people stood in their windows or doorways, some out in the street as their pets tried to warn them or flee the impending wave of doom. "Get to the high ground!" he shouted as he roof-hopped towards Tokyo Bay. "It's a tsunami!" Though he was one voice, his cry of warning was soon repeated. He could hear several cries of "tsunami" and "earthquake" over the howling dogs. Soon, even he was hard-pressed to keep up with the wave of warnings that progressed ahead of him. Several spots of light filled the darkness as residents grabbed lanterns, flashlights, or candles to illuminate their way as they fled for higher ground. Lost in the sound of people fleeing, cars honking, and animals howling and screeching was the sound of the receding water of the first wave. After several kilometers, the sound of people wading through water and the sight of people standing on top of their cars, walls, or homes greeted Ranma. Though he was definitely out of Nerima, Ranma wasn't sure exactly where he was. He never really bothered with any words other than Nerima. "Wow, the water got this far," he thought as he leapt up onto a telephone pole. With all the people avoiding the water and on their roofs and other high ground, Ranma was forced to deviate from his usual pattern of taking the most direct route. Focusing on his path, he refused to consider how bad things were if the water had come this far from the ocean. Pushing himself to make up the lost time from the slight detours, Ranma rushed ahead. Had he been able to actually see the water level, he would have noticed that it was much lower than when he'd first encountered the stranded residents as they huddled together on the rooftops of their homes or automobiles. "Help!" someone shouted. Instinctively Ranma turned, seeking to help those in need. The sound of breaking glass and several shouts from unruly punks and thugs told him all he needed to know. Leaping down to the street level, Ranma at the thugs as they began to loot the small mom-and-pop convenience store. "Put it down!" he shouted even as he charged towards the thugs. "Make me!" the closest and tallest of the thugs shouted. Rushing past the tall, tattooed punk, Ranma doubled him over with a swift punch to the stomach before dropping another thug with a quick leg sweep. A roundhouse kick sent another punk crashing into a pair of thugs. Opening his mouth for a sharp and witty comment, Ranma paused as he heard the rushing water of a second wave. Before he could do anything, he was now ashy as the cold, Salty ocean waters swept away everyone and everything in the street. She wasn't sure why or how, but the now busty redhead had managed to grab hold of something. Only her powerful muscles and grip allowed her to maintain her hold despite the nearly overwhelming power of ocean bearing down on her. She didn't know how long she'd stayed under, only that her lungs ached and that she needed air. Suddenly she laid on top of the train tracks as the water receded. Wiping the water from her eyes, she forced fresh air into her aching lungs. Darkness and silence greeted her as she forced herself onto one knee. No cries for help, no lights lit the darkness, no splashing from anyone who managed to swim to the surface, nothing. Ranma was all alone. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The boy is ready, the masked figure stated. Without the elders around to protect him, he'll be ours. He is emotionally fragile, another masked figure stated. Which makes now the perfect time to claim him, a third figure said, countering the second figure's assessment. He's already bested the Phoenix King. Imagine what he can do for us. If he is emotionally broken, we can use that to our advantage and recreate him for our needs. Yes, he is ready, a fourth figure conceded. He is physically and emotionally drained. Now is the best time to bring him in. Have the psychics and telepaths ready. Once he's captured, we'll let them reprogram him. The second figure nodded. No, with someone like him wiping him clean, we'll probably make him less full. We'll have the telepaths alter his psyche and personality instead. That way he actually believes in what he's doing, the fourth figure explained. Even as emotionally fragile as he is more than a threat to any of our agents. Activate Konatsu. The boy should prove to be full in turning Ranma to our purposes. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Nerima was a mess. Having been the indirect cause of much of the chaos and resulting damage, Ranma was used to seeing the neighborhood in ruins. But this was much worse than anything that even the worst battle royal had done. Telephone poles, trees, even the small police box were turned over and lying in the streets. Motorcycles, cars, and trucks were slammed into the sides of buildings. Some, like the one that had been Yukio's restaurant, were gone altogether. Fences that were meant to keep the wandering martial artists from venturing into someone's yard weren't just destroyed, they were leveled worse than anything a martial artist traveling at high speeds could do. But worst of all were the bloated bodies of all those hundreds, possibly thousands of people Ranma had seen while she had rushed to Tokyo proper from Nerima. None seemed to have survived. Countless bodies lay in the streets, some in small pools, while others under the various debris or remains of buildings, cars, trees, or whatever. They were everywhere. There wasn't anywhere she could look that she wouldn't see a dead body. Regardless of how far or fast she ran, she couldn't escape the destruction and death around him. Gone was Furinken, though technically it was only partially gone as the west wing of the building still remained standing, though just barely. The Neko Cafe was still there, Oh, not for long. If the fire that raged around it was any indication of who was left to save/tend the restaurant. Though she did not want to, Ranma knew that she needed to examine the multitude of corpses that littered the streets of Nirima and try to give the dead some measure of peace and respect. It was almost a cursed blessing that he didn't recognize anyone at first, just the nameless neighbors or faceless residents that he knew lived around the ward but didn't know well enough to actually remember their names or faces. It gave him some hope that someone that he knew had survived. The first face she recognized as the old lady that used to always splash her and the other water-cursed martial artists, triggering her change from boy to girl. Gently she lifted the old lady out of the knee-deep pool that she'd found her in and carried her to the open street and set her beside the long line of dead. After clearing and filling full city blocks of the dead, Ranma found another recognizable face, Miss Hinako. The tiny girl was really an adult, just trapped in a child's body. For some unfortunate reason she'd never learned to swim either. Was this the fate that Akan shared as one of the few people who couldn't skate? Countless bodies lined the street, and several sharks, jellyfish, octopi and squid, and other unrecognizable fish as well, before he found another unfortunate victim that he knew. This one belonged to one of the girls on the rhythmic gymnastics team that Kodakai had belonged to. Soon he found the rest of the squad and their fearless and insane leader as well. She didn't know why, but Ranma felt the need to throw up. Even though she hadn't eaten anything recently, the big-tailed girl emptied her stomach, the taste of the acidic bile filling her mouth as she supported herself against the wall. The crows and seagulls made the work all the harder as they began to pick at the bodies that he'd laid out. Others made the bodies unrecognizable as they gouged out eyes and picked at any exposed flesh. Punching into a change machine, Ranma grabbed a handful of coins and threw them with deadly accuracy at the scavengers, killing more than a few and forcing the rest to take to the air. Even with the abundant food, the birds quickly learned to not feast on the bodies anywhere near to where the lone survivor was. By the time the sun set, nearly a full day after the catastrophe, Ranma had found all of the Tendo family. Nebiki had been found with Tatewaki Kuno in the business district. Akan had been found near the city park. Kasumi and soon Tendo had been found near a bar, not too far from the giant panda and the remains of his mother. He'd found a familiar purple cat and a duck with a broken neck as well. Ranma. A slightly hoarse voice called out. Though it was slightly high-pitched, the big-tailed martial artist knew who it belonged to. Konatsu. He shouted in reply as she ran towards the first survivor he'd seen since the disaster. Worse. Seeing the cross-dressing ninja look away was all the answer he needed. Dropping to her knees, the exhausted martial artist felt a slight prick on her shoulder as the ninja put his hand there. Blinking, the redhead's vision slowly blurred. "You must be tired," Konatsu stated. Slowly, the world went black. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "You were right. He is mentally fragile," the masked figure stated. "If we had tried to wipe him clean we would have hit a setback." "Yes," His dual personality would have been an issue, another masked figure conceded. Who'd have thought that his other personality thinks it's a cat? Another figure said, shaking her head. We'll need to make sure that he, or she, doesn't change into the cat, another female figure added. Though I doubt that the cat persona has any intelligence, it couldn't do all our work. What if you set the cat persona to protect his psyche from other psychics and telepaths? The first masked figure asked. Both female telepaths looked at each other. That might work, the second female conceded. We'll get right on it, the first female added. Both females vanished into the shadows, leaving the two men to themselves. We'll need to test his prowess and ability, the first masked figure stated. The second man nodded. I have the perfect target in mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Surveying the ruined city below him, Ranma looked at the giant massive graveyard that he and Konatsu had managed to create in what was once a park. Though the mighty trees were stripped of their leaves, and some of their branches, Ranma was sure that they would one day provide shade to those who came here to visit their dead. With the help of the 100 or so survivors, the two boys had managed to identify all the bodies using the IDs on the bodies or by having them identified by one of the few survivors that knew the victim in life. The makeshift grave had attracted the attention of the army, prompting them to send remnants of the JSDF to help them identify the millions who had died. With the troops and rescuers came radio and in some cases television. It has been reported that the mutant known as Magnito, the self-proclaimed master of magnetism, caused worldwide catastrophe as he changed the magnetic fields of the Earth, the reporter's voice declared, drawing everyone within hearing distance to it. Coastal cities throughout the world experienced similar situations as Japan, though those facing the oceans rather than seas were hit hardest. Ranma visibly shook. Mutant, this was caused by a mutant. He didn't even know who we were and yet he killed everyone. Konatsu simply watched as Ranma shook with rage. Yes, things looked to be going as planned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ruined city of Seattle was slowly rebuilding. Not only had it been pounded by a tsunami, but Mount Street Helen had erupted recently as the shifts in the magnetic field had thrown off the tectonic plates beneath the supposedly dormant volcano. The hundreds of survivors and troops had quickly evacuated the area, but not everyone had left. A towering building slowly crumbled as a giant figure went crashing through one of the exterior walls. Heavily damaged in the tsunami, the building could not bear its burden anymore and slowly gave in, falling into a giant pool of salty water even as the giant figure shook himself off. Who the hell are you? The mammoth figure shouted. Though his blackened metal helmet was scuffed and dented, the muscular bare arms appeared unscathed despite the fact that the man had run through 4 feet of concrete. Said muscular arms came smashing down, sundering the remains of a toppled building even as the man's target leapt over him, a considerable feat given the size of the man. Several well-placed kicks to the back of the head sent him falling down onto the crushed concrete wall while also propelling his assailant further away from him. "You were once part of Magneto's Brotherhood," the much smaller figure shouted as it sprang off of the collapsing building and shot back towards the fallen man. "You're a mutant hunter then," the big man stated as he pushed himself onto his hands and knees, only to be driven back down into the ground as the smaller man landed on the back of his head. Instinctively he lashed out, barely missing the elusive figure that had hounded and harassed him relentlessly for the past day. Pushing off of the fallen figure, Ranma once again was airborne. Though he couldn't harm his opponent with his punches, Ranma knew he had other tricks up his sleeve. Even though the techniques were officially sealed, the big-tailed boy decided to use them anyways. Besides, this was a life-or-death situation. The old Ranma wouldn't have used the sealed techniques, nor would he have purposely picked a fight like this, but that Ranma was dead, just as dead as the rest of the Nirima wrecking crew. This vengeful and vindictive Ranma unleashed several vacuum blades at the still-downed mutant, cutting through the hardened helmet and into the man's back even as it crushed the man down into the dirt. Landing hard but purposefully on his opponent's back, Ranma reached down and yanked off the helmet. It was full, but the man was expendable. "I ain't been with the Brotherhood in a long time," the large man shouted as he pushed himself off the ground and forced Ranma off of his back. Standing tall, the gigantic man looked down at his pony opponent. "It's been a long time since anyone's managed to hurt me, kid," the mighty figure stated. "I'm going to have fun crushing you." "So, you seem to heal rather quickly," Ranma shrugged, pulling out an ancient katana. "That little big sticker ain't gonna." Before Kane Marco could even finish, Ranma had struck, not giving his opponent the time to finish his dialogue. "A magic blade to cancel out your magical enhancements, and my skill beats out your mutant power," Ranma said, wiping the blade clean even as his opponent's head was sent flying as the powerful, still beating heart filled the air with crimson blood and sent the severed head flying. "And now you're dead." Asterisk 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 4 months later, the cool autumn winds of New York blew much harsher than they did in Tokyo. Then again, maybe it was the fact that the world was still trying to readjust to the changes that had happened as a result of one mad and extremely powerful mutant had wrecked on the entire world. Untold millions had been assumed dead, their bodies never recovered from the ruins of the destroyed cities or the oceans as tsunamis had rocked virtually every coastal city, New York included. But unlike Tokyo, New York had many superheroes to help rebuild. Japan would never be the same, and the handful of survivors definitely wouldn't be. Not long after the resolution of the attack by Magneto, a group of mutants known as the X-Men, at the time led by one Scott Summers, had announced that all mutants in the United States were now registered by their government. As Japan had few mutants, Ranma had little due to there. But in New York, well, mutants were much more abundant. "This is your target," the cross-dressing ninja known as Konatsu stated. She openly attends this high school. You will be officially transferred to the school on Monday. The big-tailed assassin nodded. It was her plan, but having Konatsu's plan back to him was nice as it helped stroke his ego. His plans never went wrong, and having the cross-dressing ninja acknowledge it always helped. Ever since the destruction of Tokyo and the death of virtually everyone that he'd held dear to him, Ranma had changed. The announcement that a mutant had caused the destruction had triggered that change. As a martial artist, it was his duty to protect the weak, to protect them from mutants by any means necessary. Why don't I just kill her in school? Ranma asked as he skimmed over the dossier once more. Her ability to phase, she is virtually untouchable when she doesn't want to be. She's but a big player, the ninja added, playing his part expertly and reinforcing Ranma's plan. If he were to second-guess Ranma's plans, then Ranma would simply stick to his original plan even more stubbornly. But if Ranma truly had doubts, then the big-tailed martial artist would end up asking him if he should alter his plans. Use her to get to the other mutants. Ranma nodded. She was connected to the now infamous X-Men, and through them he could get to the remnants of Magneto's followers. Yes, that would be worth faking a friendship with the cursed mutant. I know I don't have to say this, but the others want you to watch yourself. New York isn't like Tokyo or Quebec. There are a lot of superheroes here, and even though she's a mutant, she's connected to some of them. Konatsu cautioned. Again Ranma nodded. As the only other survivor from the Nerima wrecking crew, though admittedly, Konatsu hadn't wreaked as much havoc as most of the NWC. He was the last link that Ranma had to the old days. If not for the ninja's assistance, Ranma probably wouldn't have made it, not with the loss of, well, everyone. Konatsu had helped give him purpose to avenge those he'd lost and to protect humanity from the threat of mutants. Watching his former foe and rival for Yukio's affection, Konatsu wondered if Ranma truly belonged with the Hand. The once vibrant and energetic martial artist had never been one to take a life so willingly and easily. The one life he had taken had been as a last resort and only after a long, drawn-out battle. But following the destruction of Tokyo, Ranma had killed 6 powerful mutants without batting an eye. After 2 months of reprogramming, little of which the emotionally broken boy had thought, the former leader of the Nerima wrecking crew had become a terribly efficient killer. And it was all thanks to the secret workings of Squad 77. The psychics and telepaths had focused Ranma's anger and rage on mutants while also hiding the fact that they themselves were mutants. As such, Ranma had become a perfect sleeper agent in that he willingly did everything. All he had to do as his handler was provide him with the profile of a mutant, and Ranma willingly undertook the mission. Ranma didn't even question where the ninja had obtained the information, as his slight reprogramming not only made him trust Konatsu implicitly but made him overlook such minor details. Chaos, that was the best way to describe the classroom. Not the destroying city streets and shutting down businesses chaos of Nirima, but it was chaos nonetheless. It made Ranma almost feel like he was at home, which only made him hate New York all the more. His home was destroyed, washed away by the giant tsunami which had been the result of one of them using their powers. One of them which was just like her kitty pride, choking down the urge to just brush past everyone and beat the girl to death. Ranma played the role of the polite, new foreign student. With Japan in shambles, many of the survivors who weren't involved in the cleanup or conscripted into the armed forces had fled Japan, seeking to find some measure of comfort by either creating a new life or by fleeing the haunting memories of their old homes. As a small landmass-wise island nation, Japan had suffered the most, though the Philippines and New Zealand had also suffered tremendous losses as well. "This is Ranma Sodom," the teacher shouted, though her voice was drowned out by the overly energetic classroom of teens. Bowing politely, the big-tailed teen knew better than to expect his classmates to question him about his likes and dislikes, hobbies and musical preference. This wasn't Japan, and Americans were definitely not the polite people that the Japanese were. This was a nation full of individuals who took pride in their individuality, not a society where those who stood out were pounded back down. Only in Nirima, where there were world-class, destructive martial artists, did Ranma not stick out. But here he was just another face in the crowd. Why don't you sit in back?" the third season, the obviously overwhelmed teacher suggested. Nodding, Ranma took his seat next to the mutant. Sulavice. Concentrating, he forced himself to relax, smiling politely and even slightly warmly at the admittedly cute girl when she dared to look at her new neighbor. Sitting beside her, he discreetly followed her eyes to the young, fairly runty by American standards at least youth several rows over. He continued to watch her, and those around her, throughout the day. Even though she was capable of making herself intangible, the brunette allowed many objects to hit her, though several figures moved to her defense, the most notable being a large, bald boy named Kong. Apparently he had a thing for the mute. The teasing and taunting got worse, and the objects larger. It is a martial artist's duty to protect the weak, Ranma thought as he watched the assault against the girl as she refused to defend herself. Standing up, he calmly walked over and batted down the large textbook that one of the other students had thrown at her. Between himself and the bigger student, the pair was able to keep Kitty from enduring too much abuse. Despite his own urge to kill the girl, Ranma knew that he'd have to play his part well and that defending her was simply something he'd have to do for now if he were to gain her trust. The only thing that stood out was when the girl had phased her hand through a redhead's digital video recorder, somehow disrupting the electronic device. That was something that he hadn't expected, though fortunately for him he didn't rely on electronic devices. Still, it was something noteworthy to consider if he had to go down that road. Asterisk. Hey Gook! Someone shouted. Ranma had been expecting some sort of retaliation. Obviously with school out, the students who had unleashed a barrage of garbage at the mutant girl were trying to come after him. They'd clearly let you regret it. "I'm talking to you, you stupid chap," the athletic redhead shouted as he and his gang of followers stood around Ranma. "That girl you were defending at lunch is a mutant. She's a freak," one of the other boys shouted as he moved close and tried to intimidate Ranma. "So either you're a mutant lover or you're a freak." The lead boy tried to grab Ranma's favorite red silk shirt. Tried being the operative word as Ranma stepped out of his way and quickly tripped the loud-mouthed youth. Having faced off against Furinkenheis and the Horde when they chased after Rakan, Ranma knew more than he should about dealing with overwhelming numbers, especially against those who weren't even close to his level. These thug/punks should have been honored to even be mentioned in the same breath or sentence as the Handa Horde. As it was, none of these athletes could hold a candle to the youths at his old high school. Despite being athletes, the punks around him lacked any coordination and balance. Rather than waiting for an opening, they looked at each other and waited for one or two of them to move in and try to grab the smaller Japanese boys. Quick as Ranma was, he knew that the punks would never be able to catch him. Using just a fraction of his enhanced speed, Ranma danced around the football team, tripping them up and sending them sprawling until finally all of them were either exhausted or completely humbled. Considering that they were simple-minded brutes, exhaustion came first as the large crowd that had gathered around all of them was clearly in favor of the thugs beating up one of the mutants' supporters. After nearly 20 minutes of dancing around the now lethargic punks, Ranma had the very vocal supporters of exhausted punks. "He's out of your league, guys," a new voice called out, silencing the murmurs and speculative whispers. "Gook's not a mute, not with moves like that. I guess he's probably at least a black belt. Maybe even a Dan." Ranma had the newest antagonist, a long-haired boy with some practiced grace in his steps. Clearly the guy had some martial arts training and wasn't just spouting off random knowledge. "Now, let's see whose kung fu is better," the boy said with a predatory smile. A three-step run and quick front kick into a flying axe kick was all the boy managed to get off as Ranma sidestepped the attack. Grabbing hold of his shirt, Ranma suddenly changed the flashy martial artist's direction, sending him back where he came from, no much less graceful an exit than entrance. "Man, you're not even close to being in my league," the big-tailed martial artist stated as he stepped over the now-dazed attacker. Slowly the assembled youths around him parted, giving him enough room to freely leave the circle that had closed in around him. Asterisk 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 A/N some backstory from Ultimate Spider-Man to help set the stage. Mary Jane Watson used to be Peter Parker's best friend after Harry Osborn and was the first to discover Peter's alter ego, aka Spider-Man. They dated, then things got messy, and Mary Jane dumped him. Peter starts dating Gwen Stacy as a result. Some kid in school develops the awesome power to blow things up with his mind, only he doesn't do it responsibly or nicely and he ends pretty negative. The X-Men get involved, and Spidey gets knocked out and loses his mask. Working under the impression that they now know who he is, he spouts out his name, telling them just who he is now. Anyways, the kid at school happens to have been experimented on while still a fetus and lived in Doctor Doom's country before transferring to America. Significant in that Spider-Man meets the X-Men, and starts thinking of Jean Grey and all the X-Hotties naked, and Jean being a telepath knows just what he's seeing when he looks at them. He also meets Kitty Pryde, the youngest of the X-Men. Being a super-powered teenager, Peter doesn't have many people who can understand him, thus the reason why he starts dating Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat. He also makes friends with Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch of Fantastic Four fame. This is significant because while hanging out one night with Kitty, Bobby Drake the Iceman, Johnny, and some others, one of his female friends, Liz, starts on fire. At first he thinks it's because of Johnny, but nope, she's a mutant. She's actually the daughter of the Blob and the human who hooked up with him when he was in the circus. She becomes the heroine Firestar. Soon after, Kitty starts moonlighting as a new superheroine/sidekick to Spider-Man and they start dating. Then she gets busted by Xavier and sent home to live with her mother, and goes to school with Peter and Mary Jane. Now, back to Gwen Stacy. Her father's a cop and he ends up dying, so Peter's Aunt May, takes her in. She dies because of the biosuit known as Venom is looking for Peter and kills her instead as she is living at the Parker residence. Once Peter is over her death, he starts dating Kitty as he wants someone who can defend herself against the stuff he gets messed up in. Little does he know that Gwen is cloned and will eventually come back as Carnage. Once free of Carnage, she starts living with the Parkers again. Learning of the clones and the fact that there are 3 clones of him, one of which is a girl, after going to Reed Richards, Johnny Storm's brother-in-law, Peter makes peace with Fury in exchange for getting a shot at Dr. Octavius, who cloned Spider-Man. Only Spider-Man the original and Jessica Drew the female Spider-Man survived the encounter. As a result of this, Aunt May discovers Peter's secret, prompting Kitty to insist to Jean Grey that she wipe the memories of Aunt May because that's what Peter wants. In truth, he doesn't, and that causes a divide between them. Oh, and there's also the fact that Deadpool kidnapped the X-Men and Spider-Man, and it is revealed that Kitty and Spidey are dating on Live TV. But they break up because Kitty doesn't understand Peter. Then one morning he wakes up as Logan/Wolverine. This is because Jean Grey had enough of Logan hitting on her and banished his mind into the last person/place that he wanted to be inside Peter Parker. Chaos ensues and Peter is finally returned to his original body/mind, but he's now bitter against telepaths. Then there's the March on Ultimatum, where Magneto nearly destroys the world and almost succeeds. Johnny Storm nearly dies and does go to hell, only to be captured by a demon who Spider-Man and the Hulk fight after it kills Doctor Strange. Chaos ensues and Spidey is assumed to have been killed in action. Sue Storm shows up with the Thing and they free Johnny from the demon. J.J. Jameson, the editor and owner of the Daily Bugle, who's had a huge grudge against Spider-Man, sees firsthand the heroics of Spider-Man during the tsunami that destroys New York. He vows to use his paper to clear Spider-Man's name. Unfortunately, everyone thinks that Spider-Man is dead and the piece becomes a eulogy. It works. He turns the public in favor of Spider-Man. While cleaning up New York, Tony Stark, aka Iron Man, and Captain America find a barely alive and unmasked Spider-Man. They already know who he is after working with him to take down Norman Osborn and other genetically altered villains, and through Nick Fury and revives him. During the March on Ultimatum, virtually all the X-Men are killed. Wolverine, Cyclops, Angel, Beast, Nightcrawler, Storm, etc. Only Kitty, Bobby, Rogue, and Rachel Summers, daughter of Cyclops and Marvel Girl, aka Jean Grey, are survived. Mutants are now registered with the government and the X-Men are disbanded. So, the tally of the notable dead are Thor, Giant Man, the Wasp, Wolverine, Cyclops, Angel, Beast, Nightcrawler, Storm, Cannonball, Cypher, Daredevil, Dazzler, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, Emma Frost, Blob, Captain Britain, Forge, Franklin Storm, Longshot, Lorelei, Madrox, Magneto, Professor Xavier, Polaris, Silaki, Sunspot, Syndicate, and Toad. Firestar, Hawk, Nightmare, and Valkyrie, Thor's wife and the object of Captain America's affections, are all MIA. If you stick to Ultimate Canon, Juggernaut dies after being shot in the eye with a poison dart. He gets better treatment and more respect in this fic. The Fantastic Four has disbanded, with the Thing now working for S.H.I.E.L.D. Sue Storm running her father's research. He died. Johnny, who is angry at himself for how he talked to his father, is now living with Peter Parker, and Reed Richards is finding where he belongs. The X-Men are disbanded with only Jean Grey and Storm as responsible adults. Bobby Drake is at home, as is Kitty Pryde, and Rogue still with Jean and Storm. The Avengers are rebuilding as Valkyrie is injured, and only Captain America, Hawkeye, and Iron Man are active. As for Ranma and the Nirima wrecking crew, only Ranma and Konatsu survived. Orioga, Taro, Taco's Eyes, and Ryu are MIA. Tweaking Ranma's personality. Has anyone seen the old, 90s old, show Babylon 5? Think what the Psychor, the group of human psychics, did to the former chief of security. They didn't erase his memories or add any subtle programming. They just made him more angry, bitter, and he ended up doing just what they wanted him to do without needing too much additional input/orders. Besides, if you read any Marvel, you'd know that brainwashing is so canon. It's happened to almost everyone at some point in time. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox * Chapter 2 * Chapter 2 Author's Notes. Yes, I've been busy lately. What do you expect? It's the holidays. And of course I've been writing irregularly due to the lack of my own computer and having to share one with the wife. Just a reminder, since some of the reviews indicate that readers may not understand what happened to the superhero teams like the X-Men, Fantastic Four, and Avengers. Professor X, aka Charles Xavier, is dead, so is Emma Frost, two of the foremost telepaths in the world. So they're not going to be around to undo the brainwashing on Ranma. Yes, brainwashing is very canon in Marvel, and of course it won't last forever. Ranma's not necessarily weak-minded, but he is being brainwashed by telepaths who are trained to do that. Even guys like Logan have been brainwashed, and you been brainwashed, without much difficulty. Yes, book is generally reserved for Koreans, but having been called a book often enough without actually being of Korean descent, I know from first-hand knowledge that not everyone who uses that insult uses it properly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Though it was nearly 7 months since New York had nearly been destroyed by the tsunami as a result of Magnito using his powers to alter the planet's magnetic fields, the vibrant city wasn't completely rebuilt despite their claims to the contrary. Entire blocks of devastated buildings stood vacant, condemned to be demolished as a result of the damage they had suffered while submerged. Many of those vacant buildings weren't as vacant as they were supposed to be, as broken survivors who didn't want to return to their ruined lives and broken homes sought refuge and shelter in the rundown buildings. But not everyone who sought shelter in the vacant buildings were there for the same reasons. Some simply used the buildings to hide away from humanity, as they were themselves seen as enemies of humanity. "I heard you went looking for me," a fearful voice growled from the shadows of the ruined building. "I was," the girl once called Marion replied. "Got some nice pictures of you on the job in Montreal," the shadowy figure growled. "I did what I needed to," the young woman stated. Brushing back the white streaks in her hair, she peered into the shadows. "I heard that you were the last mutant to be seen with Kane." "Yeah, he was in Montreal and told me that you weren't around anymore. He even gave me the gem of Cedric, said that I'd need it more than he did. Juggernaut's dead because of that." The young woman blinked. "I see you didn't know about that. What do you know, Creed?" "They say that some anti-mutant group came after him," the beastly man stated as he stepped out of the shadows. "Whomever it was caught up with him in Seattle when the volcano blew up. That was 4 months ago. I saw him take a dart to the eye when the mansion was attacked right after your old boss nearly destroyed the entire world. You think even a poison dart to the eye would have killed him, rogue?" the muscular man asked. "Even though he gave you that gem, it still gave him some power and a healing factor that was nearly as good as mine. But now that he's dead, I'm sure you'll gain those powers soon, seeing as you absorbed his powers and have the gem now." The superheroine known as Rogan consciously patted the magical stone hanging between her breasts. Though she did not know Kane Marco had used the mysterious gem to increase his powers, she had kept the memento to honor the fallen mutant and one of the men that loved her. Would the stone bestow her with powers as it did with Kane? "You've yet to go back to the mansion since our last run-in," Creed smiled tauntingly. Of course you wouldn't have known that he dug himself out of the grave that you and the others had put him in. How'd he die then? The guy that hunted him down took his head. The mutant known as Sabretooth growled. Just one person took down the Juggernaut? Rogue exclaimed. Even without the gem he was strong, stronger than even Colossus. And if he was still enhanced by the gem he was essentially unstoppable. The guy took his head off with one clean strike. Greatest. Even Logan and I couldn't recover from that. But this guy is good. He's apparently fast and strong because Juggernaut never got a good shot in on the guy. So what are you telling me for? I smelled him the other day, Grade stated. I don't know which one he was. His scent's changed since he took down Juggernaut, but it's definitely him. Marion blinked. Whoever killed the Juggernaut was in New York. That wasn't good. If he was going after mutants, then he was probably going after either herself, Kitty, or Bobby, or they had followed Grade to New York. I'm leaving town, the muscular mutant stated. I'll let you guys deal with him. Grade, the young woman said, forcing the other mutant to pause. How'd you get away from the Ultimates anyways? Do you think the Ultimates could keep me locked up forever? Asterisk. Despite 6 months of cleaning the small brownstone that Ranma lived in still smelled like salt water and seafood. Still, it was a good place. The small apartment would have once been considered large and lavish in Tokyo, as it had a large living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. Hell, the bedroom was larger than the one he had shared with his father, and the kitchen was nearly as large as the Tenbo's kitchen. True, the bathroom was small as it only fit a standing shower, toilet, and sink. Regardless, the place served its purpose. Pulling open his small laptop, Ranma plugged in his headphones and began to watch the video dossier on Kitty Pryde and her companions, the mutants known as the X-Men. I heard that the Popo found the Kingpin. Yeah, someone threw that fat bastard out of his office window. Why the hell was the Kingpin back in New York? Who cares? He's dead. Didn't they convict him of murder? Wasn't he in jail? Yeah, but he got off on a technicality. Something about the loss of evidence against him when the police station or courthouse got flooded. Maybe that mutant did it. Yeah, she used to date Spiderman, and everyone knows he had issues with the Kingpin. She probably did it to get back on his good side. Spider-Man is so dreamy. I got his autograph the other day. Ooh, let me see. No way. It's fake. I got it the other night when he was stopped the robbery at that new fast food place down the street. No way. You remember that one time he saved us? When the Hulk was rampaging. How could I forget that? I thought we were gonna die for sure. You remember how Spider-Man stood up to the army after the Hulk left? That was so cool. Peter couldn't help but add a bit of a bounce to his step as he caught word of the latest gossip. It had taken him nearly dying as his alter ego to get the recognition that he deserved, but it was well worth it. Now people were greeting and helping him as he went web-slinging, pointing out the direction that the bad guys went and not thinking that he was trying to rob them or beat them up, unless of course they were the bad guys and he was about to beat them up. It almost made him feel like coming out as Spider-Man, almost. With nearly half of New York demolished, and half of the Ultimates wiped out, Peter knew better than anyone that his many enemies were still out there, and with fewer heroes around he'd make plenty more while also lacking the numbers to help him if push came to shove. They'd already gotten Gwen once. He wouldn't risk that again. No, not when his life was going so much better and it had so much going for him. Kitty could handle herself, and as fun as it was to hang out with her, he really didn't feel the same way about her as she had felt for him. And then there was Mary Jane. She dumped him after everyone had thought that he was dead, both him and Spider-Man him, and came back to life stating that she just couldn't take the emotional strain of never knowing if he'd be alright after one of his fights. To be honest, it had been bad as he'd been in the remains of the tree skeleton for a week, but tsunamis and the Hulk don't hit New York all the time. Taking his usual seat beside his lovely and affectionate girlfriend, Peter smiled at the beautiful blonde. "I'm just saying," he heard Kong say as he once again sat close to, but not beside, the school's resident mutant. Ranma doesn't seem to be a bad guy, and he clearly knows how to handle himself. Why I shouldn't ask him if he wants to sit with us. Hey Kong, Kitty, what's up? The nerdy youth asked. Peter had accepted his role as a nerd a long time ago. As such he was used to the teasing that came with that role in high school. It was because he was pretty much teased as much as possible that he knew the kind of unwarranted punishment that Kitty was enduring. Nothing he could do would deflect any unwanted attention away from Kitty as mutants had fallen further in the last 6 months than anyone except perhaps Magneto and Professor Xavier had imagined, and both of them were dead. I was telling Kitty that we should invite the new kid to sit with us, the tall, rotund boy stated. You know, strength in numbers and all. He helped stand up for Kitty and he even took out Flash and the jocks when they confronted him about it. Really? Gwen asked, slightly surprised at the feat. Yeah. He just ducked under their punches and kept away from them until they ran out of juice, the bigger boy stated. Even O'Neill couldn't lay a finger on him. Ranma took O'Neill out with just one move. O'Neill? The third-degree black belt? The redhead exclaimed as she sat down across from Kitty. Wow, that's big news. Wish I was there to record it. Kitty glared at the redhead. It had been her fault that the school reporter no longer had a digital recorder, but it was the redhead's fault for trying to record the school bullies as they tried to taunt and harass her at lunch. Trying not to focus on the very happy nerd, the redhead scanned the gymnasium for the pigtail student from Japan. Ranma! He exclaimed, waving at the handsome martial artist. Hey! Kong added, moving over so that there was room for the smaller boys. With no one welcoming the new student to their table, Ranma was forced to accept their offer. So, I hear that Japan got hit pretty hard, the ever-inquisitive redhead stated as Ranma took a seat beside the larger boys. Wow, you're really jumping the gun there, MJ, Gwen said as she handed Peter a soda. You barely know the guy and you're already talking about the greatest disaster that hit his native country. Don't you think you start with something small like how he likes New York? Ranma wasn't sure if the verbal barbs were sincere or just playful, given that everyone at the table seemed to be fairly friendly. Both did remind him a bit of his own relationship with Ryoga and Mphus. True, asking that would be an easy question that could open up the conversation. But seeing as how we never know how long we can have a decent conversation, it's best to jump to the meat of the conversation, the redhead countered. As if to prove her point, the local jocks and thugs began lobbing their half-eaten food at the brunette. A juicy splatter filled the air as Kong swatted the offending article down. Just knock it off, the large boy shouted as he stood up to shield the smaller girl from the new barrage of missiles. Rather than just swat things down, Ranma decided to deal with the source directly, throwing bits of tomato, soggy bread, and limp lettuce at each of the offending jocks, nailing each one squarely on the forehead or cheek and instantly stopping their assault. The quick counter-attack swiftly ended the assault, silencing even the rowdy jocks. The rest of the day flew by with few interruptions in any of their classes, though he expected another scene like the one from the day before. Ranma wasn't surprised when nothing happened after school let out. With little to do, Ranma slipped into a dark alley. Splashing a bit of cold water onto himself, he triggered his transformation. Smaller and faster, the busty redhead quickly followed the elusive brunette as she made her way home. Observing her behavior and her habits discreetly, Ranma made mental notes of his target. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His first week in New York flew by with little to show for it other than that Ranma had grudgingly earned the respect of those he sat with during lunch. Only the redhead and the bald boy seemed to open up to Ranma, though for his part the inarticulate Japanese student rarely spoke. "What are you doing tomorrow?" Kong asked as he settled in beside Ranma. Shrugging, Ranma kept his attention focused on his meager meal. "Why don't you go to the mall with us?" MJ suggested. "It's where almost all the American kids go when they want to just hang out and be with their friends." Kitty said that she wanted to see that new movie tomorrow, the bigger boy stated. "We're supposed to meet up with some of our friends who moved away after, you know." "That sounds like fun," Gwen added. "If we can drag Johnny out, we'll meet up with you guys." "Sure," Ranma finally replied. "But where's the mall? There are so many around here." The other teens blinked. "You don't know where the mall is?" MJ exclaimed. "What's your address? I'll meet up with you and take you to the mall." Ranma blinked. "That's all right. Just give me the address and I'll find it." True to his word, Ranma arrived, though he was slightly miffed that he was the first to arrive. Standing in front of the doors to the building, Ranma waited for a few minutes before the now familiar redhead waved to him. "Hey Ranma," Mary Jane greeted. "Been waiting long?" Ranma shrugged. "None, Just got here. It really was annoying not being able to openly leap from roof to roof. Though he really wanted to, Ranma knew that doing so in New York would garner the wrong kind of attention on himself, especially with all the superheroes around. Yes, he did it in his cursed form, but only occasionally and usually when he was sure no one else was around. Never one to take or pay for public transportation, Ranma simply walked the 2 or 3 miles he still needed to learn how to convert kilometers to miles, and left a small trail of destruction in his wake as he took the shortest route possible, which included several back alley stops that resulted in him cleaning the back alleys of the thugs to get to where he was going and didn't let anything get in his way, as the thugs would attest to. "Hey!" Kong shouted as he got off the bus. "Yo!" Ranma replied with a nod. Peter and Gwen were next to arrive as they also appeared to have walked with their slightly emo blonde friend Johnny. Peter smelled of grease, typical of someone who had just completed a shift at a fast food joint. Americans loved their grease. Johnny looked like he was trying to emulate Ryoga on one of his more depressing days, but the ever-cheerful Gwen Stacy in her bright yellow top and bright green vest and skirt more than made up for Johnny's dark disposition. Kitty was the last to arrive, though she did so with a brunette with white highlighted bangs. Wearing a simple light brown top and tight jeans, Kitty seemed slightly distracted. Her companion with the highlights wore a form-fitting jeans and a deep V-neck t-shirt that displayed the deep curves of her breasts as well as the almost glowing gem that hung from her neck. The leather bomber jacket helped to hide her figure from a distance, but up close it was hard not to notice. "Romarian," Peter said as he caught himself. "How are you doing?" Ranma instantly recognized the older brunette with the highlights as her file had appeared in his dossier. She was the mutant known as Rogue, capable of draining the life out of those she touched and stealing their powers. But the gem wasn't that the same gem that had given the Juggernaut his near invincibility and enhanced his already powerful strength? Following the group around, the big-tailed martial artist couldn't help but think that he was missing something. But what? Like that ever-elusive sneeze that hinted at the need to blow his nose but never really did anything but annoy you. Something about being around this particular group of teens made Ranma feel off. Checking his facts, Ranma reviewed everything he knew. Kitty Pryde was a mutant and was once part of a superhero team that consisted of all mutants known as the X-Men. The girl known as Marion was also a mutant but once belonged to a different faction but ultimately joined the X-Men. Johnny looked very much like Johnny Storm of the Fantastic Four fame. So there were 3 superheroes hanging out in the mall. Kitty Pryde, also known as Shadowcat, had dated Spiderman. Were Ranma any less graceful he would have tripped, as it was he walked into Mary Jane as the redhead had stopped to look at some article of clothing in the store window. "Sorry," he apologized as he took a step back. Peter Parker was Spider-Man. No wonder he knew who Rogue was. Had Ranma been more observant, he would have picked up on the fact that there was odd tension between Peter and Mary Jane and between Peter and Kitty. Now how could he use that information to his advantage? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I think he likes you. Gwen teased as she had the redhead's reflection. Who? Mary Jane replied as she turned around to check her reflection. Ranma, the blonde smirked. Yes, directing the redhead away from her boyfriend and the redhead's ex would be a good thing. Kong was trying his best to impress Kitty, but that still left Mary Jane. But with Ranma in the picture, no way, the redhead replied skeptically. Well, he did bump into you before, and we all know he's supposed to be a very good martial artist. He wouldn't just bump into someone on accident, Gwen stated. And he only agreed to come here when you got into the conversation. Despite her obvious feelings for Peter, Mary Jane couldn't help but blush. What girl didn't get flustered when a cute guy appeared to be attracted to her? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You know I can handle myself, Kitty whispered lightly as she stood beside Marion. We already had this conversation, the woman known as Rogue replied. Yeah, someone's hunting down mutants, the smaller girl muttered well out of earshot of the protective Kong. He's not just hunting down mutants, he's killing them too, the girl with white highlights added. He took out the Juggernaut. I thought Kane was, we were all wrong, Rogue said as she shook her head. The gem gave him a magical healing factor, but whoever killed him took that into account. So even with his magical enhancements he was beaten. Are you sure he's really dead this time? Rogue nodded. Jean and I checked it out ourselves. It's definitely his remains, and whoever took him down took his helmet. Kitty blinked. So? Rogue huffed as she idly grabbed an outfit and held it so that she could get a better image of how she'd look in it. That helmet let Kane track any mutant that was part of Weapon X. It also lets them sense anyone with an active X gene within a mile. Oh. Asterisk 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 absently pondering his situation while trying to act normal around the other teens. Ranma followed the others around as he tried to play the role of a teenager who was interested in a normal life. So what do you do in Japan for fun? MJ asked as she waited for the others to get their food. Oh, it was fairly late for lunch. It was just after the lunch rush, leaving the cafe court area less crowded for the fairly large group of teens. Yet with all the other teens in their group, she had ended up waiting with Ranma for everyone else. Maybe Gwen was right and Ranma was interested in her. We just watched TV a lot, he replied with a shrug. Mary Jane nodded even as she took a sip from her cola. Have you ever seen the show Ninja Warrior or that game show where they have the contestants doing all those crazy challenges? Ranma blinked. He hadn't expected that. Oh. The pair was saved from the awkward silence as Johnny dragged himself over to the table and took a seat at the end of the table. Johnny? The redhead called out, obviously concerned about the boy's lack of energy. HM? You alright? HM. Slowly the other teens gathered around the table as they sought some degree of escape from the world around them. As the only official couple in the group, Peter and Gwen sat beside each other, barely able to contain their very public displays of affection as everyone else tried to ignore them. "So, you're from Japan, huh?" the older girl known as Marion asked as she turned her attention to Ranma. "What made you decide to come here?" Pushing his French fry into some mayo mixed with black pepper, the big-tailed boy shrugged. "There's not much left of Japan," he stated. It was an atypical response, but one that was easily believed as the hundreds of thousands of Japanese survivors had become refugees simply because Japan lacked the natural resources to properly rebuild. Add in the fact that there was a language barrier and few people pressed the point. "Is it true that all Asians know Kung Fu?" Kong teased. Ranma smirked. "Kung Fu is Chinese," the big-tailed martial artist replied. "Most Japanese practice karate. I guess I'm an exception because I know bits of both." "What about Taekwondo?" Gwen asked. "Korean," the martial artist replied. "So what are the martial arts?" Mary Jane asked. Taking a deep breath, Ranma leaned back. "Martial arts are styles that not only have applications in self-defense, but can be used to entertain and tell a story. Martial artists aren't just people who know the various forms, but who use their skills to tell stories and to protect others. That's why lots of actors in Hong Kong know some form of martial arts. It makes for great action and stunts, but they also help protect the weak." "Help!" someone shouted from the lower level. "Thief!" Reflexively Ranma, Kitty, Kong, and Rogue turned towards the railing, forgetting their conversation as they sought to find the cause of the woman's distress. The sight of a tall cloaked man running with a woman's purse immediately caught their attention as the thief ran over people on his way to the door. Before anyone could respond, Ranma lobbed his sword at the fleeing thief, nailing him squarely in the head and sending the thug sprawling into a table. Dazed, the thief lay there as the mall security piled on him and recovered the woman's purse. "It's a martial artist's duty to protect the weak," he stated as the others looked at him. "Have you thought about joining the baseball team?" Mary Jane asked. Asterisk 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 /N Happy Holidays and Merry Christmas everyone. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox. Asterisk Chapter 3 asterisk Chapter 3 Author's Notes. Yes, it's me. Now that I've got some time, I hope to get some more writing done. That's it. I hope that everyone has a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you all. Enjoy. Asterisk 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 After a few weeks of living in America, Ranma was beginning to understand why the Americans relied so much on superheroes. Not only were Americans much less disciplined, they only went to school 5 days a week and the students didn't even help out with the duties at the school. They seemed to think that society held them rather than that they needed to do their part to strengthen society. And with the supervillains running around, they seemed to think that they did not need to help maintain order in society. Looking back at the incident at the mall, the big-tailed martial artist couldn't help but think that if there hadn't been mutants and superheroes around, no one would have moved to assist the woman that had fallen victim to the thief. Try as he might, the big-tailed martial artist just couldn't understand Americans. Why did they feel the need to hide their faces unless they were doing something wrong or illegal? Capo's eyes hit his face when he was stealing panties, but Ranma needed no mask to face down the old latch. In fact, everyone in Mirima knew who he was and that most of the destruction in Mirima was either a direct or indirect result of Ranma's actions. And as martial artist, his old man and Mr. Tendo had been called upon to assist in dealing with various issues, namely Capo's eyes. So why did Peter feel the need to hide the fact that he was Spider-Man? To find the answer to that question, Ranma knew he needed to find a way into the Parkers' residence. But rather than staking out the Parkers' rather nondescript house, the vengeful martial artist went hunting for mutants. With the Juggernaut's tracker in hand, Ranma wandered around New York in his female form. It didn't take her long to find a mutant. Unfortunately for Ranma, the feline-like girl wasn't what he was capable of dealing with, not given his phobia. Still, the cat girl proved to be a good lead as she led him to a small cadre of mutants currently residing in an abandoned building. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Despite the many months that she'd been wearing a mask, Jessica Drew had never come across such a grisly scene. The sight of several carefully executed mutants wasn't easy. From the way the blood sprayed the walls and floor, I'd say that whomever attacked them at least gave them a warning, the mutant known as Rogue stated. Yes, Spider-Woman agreed. Probably just one attacker, he declared himself at the door, then fired something at the light. They fired back, but he somehow managed to get past the first wave and took off the spiky guy's arms. I'm guessing he had a sword. So we're looking for a guy with a sword, Rogue muttered as she took a tally of the dead mutants. As an official agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the registered mutant had been sent to investigate the murdered mutants. You didn't see anything when you came in? The masked girl shook her head. Whoever did this is fast, the rogue S.H.I.E.L.D. operative stated. Maybe not Quicksilver fast, but fast enough to elude me. You see where he was going? He slipped into an abandoned building and gave me the slip, Spider-Woman replied. Make sure you don't include me on your report. Don't worry, I won't, the mutant replied. If you could, stop by Kitty's and let her know that I won't be able to swing by and visit. And let her know that she needs to keep her eyes open for any trouble. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. There was once a time when Ranma had refrained from using lethal force, but that was a different lifetime. Still, it didn't make things any easier for Ranma as the now female and redheaded girl threw up into the sewer. As much as she wanted to blame it on the awful stench in the dark tunnels, the martial artist knew better. Setting the enchanted blade aside, she quickly stripped, throwing her clothes onto the pile of vomit before dousing it with gasoline. Throwing a small-timed flash bomb into the bin, Ranma threw it into the small tunnel. There the small package would find its way to another lost chamber before being set on without tainting Ranma's hidden chamber. Rushing into the small secret side chamber, she jumped into the shower and washed the stench of the sewer and her vomit from her as well as triggering her transformation. Now male again, he quickly dried off and dressed. He had another meeting to make after all. Asterisk 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 Mary Jane couldn't help herself. Her inquisitive nature just couldn't resist the urge to try and find more information about Ranma. Though she knew that Japan had nearly been wiped off the map, she hoped that there were some records. Reading through the old newspaper records, she nearly felt her jaw hit the desk. Having witnessed many of Peter/Spider-Man single quote S fights firsthand and seen the level of destruction that resulted, Mary Jane had thought that she'd seen a lot of construction and repair work done. But the sheer number of reports of damage on a nearly daily basis made everything but the damage from the Hulk's rampage and the tsunami. Sudden and unexpected tornadoes, bombs going off in the park, walls and fences being smashed indiscriminately, and the sheer number of missing bras and panties. Mary Jane shuddered. Nirima sounded terrible. But what really stood out to the inquisitive girl were the reports and articles from a girl's blog about the misadventures of the many highly skilled martial artists that frequented Nirima, or at least that particular part of Nirima that she was from. When she checked the dates of the blog entries and compared them to the newspaper articles and reports, they coincided, explaining the cause of some of the damage. Was Ranma really the center of all the damage and chaos? Hands trembling, Mary Jane just hoped that the translation software wasn't accurate, as it could mean that Ranma had some degree of superpower. There was just no way that a normal person could create a tornado on the fly, or that they could create a glowing light that destroyed a baseball field, or shoot orbs of golden energy from their hands. Why couldn't she find a nice, normal guy? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your target's gone, Konatsu stated. You have a few days to dispose of the girls. Ranma perked up at the news. 2 days to dispose of the mutants without blowing his cover. But how to take out Pride? Her intangibility would be a problem, but he'd be able to figure it out, eventually. What about Firestar? If you run into her again, take her out, the cross-dressing ninja stated. Don't let her get away again. Nodding, the big-tailed boy waited for the cross-dressing ninja's presence to fade, leaving him alone to plan out his attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As the most powerful telepath alive, a title that the redhead had not wished to acquire the way she had, and a founding member of the X-Men, Jean Grey was supposed to be one of the foremost experts on mutants. As a mutant herself, she was no stranger to being harassed and persecuted for what she was. Seeing the carnage laid out before her, though, the red-headed mutant shook her head. Are you getting anything, Jean? The young woman beside her asked. The redhead shook her head. Sorry, Rogue. I'm not picking anything up. Ever since Magneto went crazy, there have been so many more people who harbor animosity towards mutants that it's hard to pick out just one. Thanks, the younger mutant replied. I figured that it was at least worth a shot. Rogue looked over the various dossiers of the slain mutants. None of them have fire powers, she stated. And it doesn't look like whoever attacked them was a fire user either. Touching the closest scorch mark, the redhead closed her eyes. It's Liz. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Checking his reflection in the mirror, Ranma made sure that the paint was dry before splashing himself with some cold water. Wiping away the remaining water, the redhead quickly dressed herself. Grabbing the mutant sensor/tracker from the shelf, Ranma went on the prowl. Of all the many tricks that the ancient ghoul formerly known as Cologne had taught him, Ranma had to admit that the soul of ice was the most full. Not only was it full for him to keep his cool, especially since his own techniques centered on upsetting his opponents, it also helped him sense changes in the temperature of the air as well as small air currents. Combined with the components from the Juggernaut's helmet, and Ranma had a good lock on Firestar. Not only was she a former X-Man, a team of supposed superheroes, but she was also the daughter of the mutant known as the Blob, a founding member of the Brotherhood of Mutants that Magneto once led. Yes, killing her would be very satisfying. If only he hadn't tried to save her for last, the young blonde wouldn't have gotten away the last time. Though he hadn't laid a hand on her the last time, he had connected with several Hirishotenha, which had managed to daze the flying mutant as well as caused her to fly away. Despite her ability to fly, the blonde only had so much power and energy. Yes, she might be powerful, but she had little control over her powers and wasted too much energy trying to contain her powers. Had she just gone all out, she might have killed him with her first volley. Of course she would have burned her companions to a crisp as well, but she would have been fine physically. Considering that she was essentially stationary the short amount of time since their brief fight, it went without saying that she was probably healing and resting in what she thought was a safe and secure place. Making her way through the streets, Ranma didn't even have to fly, roof hop, or web sling to close the distance between himself and the injured mutant. Less than a block away she stopped as 3 more mutants appeared on the radar, one of them marked as Rogue. Maybe she could take care of the handful of mutants in one fell swoop. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's he doing here? A clearly surprised Peter Parker exclaimed as he looked at the young mutant currently seated on his couch. His mother threw him out, the elderly woman with graying hair stated. I tried to talk with her, but it was, well, awful about it. What kind of woman throws out her own son? So he's going to stay here now? Peter replied. There's still a bed open in the guest room, Aunt May said with a reassuring smile. They'll just have to double up for now. But, Peter, she said reassuringly, I know that I can't do anything to really help you with your other life, but this is all that I can do. Please, just let me this. Reluctantly nodding, The scrawny youth gave him thanks, the young mutant said with a weak smile. Thanks, the brunette added. If not for the fact that she had told her former teammate and friend that he could stay with her, the sudden beeping of her long-unused but not forgotten communicator drew everyone's attention. Given the company that she was currently in, the young mutant known as Shadowcat didn't feel the need to be too discreet about the incoming call. Checking the incoming message, she looked up at Bobby, Peter, and Johnny. They might have found Liz. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Considering all that happened to New York, she was in fact lucky to be alive. But that was 6 months ago. Everything before that was a hazy blur. She wasn't sure if the blur was because she was repressing her past life or if it was a result of the trauma that she'd endured when the giant wall of water hit New York. The slight blonde didn't even know her own name, though she did know for a fact that she was a mutant. Given how horrible people were treating mutants, she knew that she couldn't just announce what she was. Especially since mutants were forced to register. Something about registering just felt wrong. Somehow she'd managed to find other unregistered mutants, and with their help she'd managed to survive the past 6 months. With their help she managed to rein in her powers and had begun to actually control the fiery energies that she produced. And then the busty little redhead had popped in and killed the rest of the surviving mutants. If only she had more control over her powers, she could have stopped the redhead killer. As it was, she'd barely managed to escape even as the others died in her place. Injured as she was, she'd barely managed to get away from the speedy assailant even with her ability to fly. Forced to nurse her wounds from the odd golden orbs that the redhead had shot at her, the young mutant had counted her blessing when she'd found the decrepit and abandoned building. Frightened and tired, she curled up on a battered mattress. Slumbering lightly, something she'd learned to do since the disaster, she stirred as she heard the faint yet distinct sound of footsteps approaching her. Clutching her injured ribs, the blonde forced herself to her feet. Unable to make out much in the darkness, the injured girl concentrated, igniting a cabinet across the room and giving herself just enough light to see the two shadowy figures standing in the doorway on the other side of the room. Liz, the lead figure called out. Stepping into the light, the two women revealed themselves to the injured girl. "Who are you?" she demanded weakly. "She's lost her memory," the redhead stated as she scanned the younger girl's mind. Do you know me?" the blonde asked. "Liz, what happened to you?" the shorter of the two women asked as she reached out for the younger girl. "Who attacked you?" "I did," Ranma stated as she silently rushed in and slammed her fist into the small rogue's back, sending the older team crashing into the wall. A swift sweeping kick knocked the feet out from underneath the untransformed colossus while its follow-through connected with the telepath's side, sending her sprawling. Having already assessed her opponents, the busty redhead delivered a powerful kick to the telepath's head and taking her out of the fight. Before she could follow up and completely remove her from the equation, the powerful Russian transformed and lashed out blindly, smashing the floor out from beneath her. Dodging the blow and the crumbling floor, Ranma deftly landed on the biometal mutant, sending him through the floor even as she launched a golden orb of light at the fiery blonde that intercepted her blast of fire. Kicking off of the startled Colossus, the big-tailed girl rushed at Rogue and grabbed the teen's jacket, making sure not to actually touch the girl's skin, and flipped the mutant into the air and sending her into and through the closest wall. Before she could capitalize on the attack, the big-tailed girl suddenly and instinctively pulled back, narrowly avoiding a barrage of icicles that came flying at her. Kicking off the ground, she flipped over a series of fiery balls even as a string of webs pulled the telepath out of harm's way. "What do we have here?" the witty young superhero started. "I know that this place was scheduled for demolition, but couldn't you wait for everyone to get out first?" Assessing her new opponents, Ranma continued to dodge their attacks. Though it appeared as if she were on the defensive, Ranma knew that she had the advantage. Her personal style was centered on taking advantage of her opponents' openings as they attacked rather than delivering knockout blows. Gracefully dodging Spider-Man as the powerful young superhero rushed in with a fierce punch, Ranma deftly grabbed the kid's wrist and sent his flying through a wall. Well, that was her intention, but only a timely save from Shadowcat allowed Spider-Man to avoid crashing into the wall as the pair phased through the wall. Though Ranma easily dodged the blasts of fire and ice, the decrepit building couldn't handle the hits that were intended for the busty girl. With the building slowly falling down around her, the young martial artist decided to take advantage of the heat generated by two of her opponents. Letting Colossus rush in, she swept his legs out from underneath him, before throwing him into Iceman, sending the pair of X-Men crashing through the wall and temporarily removing them from the fight. As undisciplined as they were in the martial arts, it was easy for Ranma to set them up for the Shishi Hokan as he easily avoided their combined attacks and drew the spiraling pattern inside the battered building. Dodge, dodge, parry, dodge, parry. Slowly she drew the spiral tighter and tighter as she let her opponents think that they had the upper hand. Ducking under a wild flying kick from Spider-Man, Ranma fell back and countered with the corkscrewing punch that combined her icy cold aura and the heat generated from her opponents. As the last person to attack and being right over Ranma as the busty redhead unleashed the attack, Spider-Man caught the brunt of the attack as he was suddenly sent flying. As flyers themselves, Johnny and Liz thought to fly away to safety only to have their flaming bodies add more fuel to the powerful attack that the redhead unleashed on them. Swept up in the sudden maelstrom, Rogue, Colossus and a recovering Jean suddenly found themselves airborne. It didn't help that the ruined building was breaking apart and adding debris to the powerful winds that suddenly appeared. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. In 6 months the young Proby had been kept busy. Yes, working as a shield agent in a world that had been nearly destroyed by mutants was supposed to keep him busy. It was just that Jason Green had expected to be out in the field, not monitoring activity in New York. True, New York was supposed to be home to the largest population of mutants in the world, But with so many of them now registered, there was little to do, especially with the rebuilding of the great city. But the sudden tornado that appeared out of nowhere was definitely something he hadn't expected. Yes, there was a mutant who was capable of controlling and manipulating the weather, but she was currently meeting with the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Ma'am," the young agent said, trying to interrupt the meeting behind him. "Director Davers," he added, when the acting director didn't say anything. "I think you need to see this." "What is it, Agent Green?" the clearly irritated acting director asked as she turned away from the acting leader of the X-Men. Hitting a button, Jason put his display on the giant big screen for everyone to see. The powerful tornado that had appeared in one of the suburbs was clearly visible to everyone present. It was also apparent that there were several figures being pummeled by the debris as they were thrown around by the fierce, man-made winds. "Oh my!" the elegant woman with white hair exclaimed as she looked at the giant monitor. "I believe those are some of the X-Men. I've sent Rogue and Jean to investigate the slaying of several unregistered mutants," Carol stated. "I think they found the killer. Storm, it looks like you'll have to assist them. If whoever they're fighting is powerful enough to create tornadoes like that, then we'll definitely need you on site. I'll send the Ultimates to back you up." Though she was reluctant to accept the help of the remaining Ultimates, a team that her own team had clashed with in the past, Storm knew that given the fact that both teams were currently short-handed, they would need all the help they could get, especially against someone who was currently manhandling several X-Men, Spiderman, and Johnny Storm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mary Jane felt her stomach hit the floor as she watched the debris shower the neighborhood. Yes, the stories she'd read of Ranma's exploits in Mirim were true. So why was he fighting Kitty and the others? "Mary Jane!" Gwen and Aunt May shouted in unison. Ignoring their cries of protest, the young teen pumped her legs and ran towards the empty lot that much of the debris was landing in. Hopefully Peter and the others would be alright. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ranma had to admit, she was impressed. Not with the X-Men or Spider-Man, who weren't living up to her expectations at all, but with herself. Here she was, a slightly unusual person but still just a pure human, fighting against Spider-Man, Johnny Storm, aka the Human Torch, Firestar, Shadowcat, Rogue, and Colossus. True, none of them had her level of skill and discipline, but they had freaking superpowers. Strength Spider-Man, Rogue and Colossus, Flying Shadowcat, Firestar, Marvel Girl, and Shadowcat, Energy Draining Rogue, Telepathy and Telekinesis Marvel Girl, and being able to phase through walls Shadowcat. Yes, she was doing very well against these heroes. As powerful as they were, the superheroes couldn't fight, not after he had unleashed his ultimate attack on them. All that was left were the durable Colossus and nearly invulnerable Rogue. Yes, she clearly had absorbed some of the Juggernaut's powers, and with the gem around her neck she clearly had some of those enhancements as well. Grabbing the biometal mutant's leg, Ranma pulled Colossus into a tight, powerful spin. After 2 quick rotations she released the large mutant, sending him on a collision course with Rogue. Yes, the 2 powerful mutants would survive, but hopefully Rogue's ability to drain whoever she touched would take Colossus out of the fight. Her plan would have worked if not for the timely intervention of Kitty Pryde as the petite brunette appeared out of the ground and grabbed hold of Rogue, phasing the pair of them so that Colossus flew harmlessly through them and into the side of the condemned building next to the open lot they were fighting in. Not bothering to watch as the building slowly collapsed on top of the mutant, Ranma fired off a pair of glowing golden orbs at the 2 girls. The sudden impact of the golden life energy on the clearly started and surprised Shadowcat and Rogue stunned the pair of mutants. With the knowledge that manifested Ki could injure or at least connect with an intangible Shadowcat, Ranma rushed in as she sought to take her out of the equation. Her hands glowing with a golden light, Ranma connected with a short-range blast right to the brunette's chest. Just as she was about to finish off Kitty with a second blast, she instinctively jumped back as Spider-Woman tried to subdue her with her webbing. Forced to fire off the second ball of Ki to avoid the second barrage of webbing, Ranma leaped towards her newest opponent and forced the masked hero back. A swift, high sweep barely connected despite Spider-Woman's best attempt to jump over and away from the attack. Thrown slightly off balance, the blonde shot her webbing at the building and pulled hard, putting more distance between herself and the busty redhead. Pulling out a handful of nuts and washers, the redhead began flicking them at Spider-Woman, forcing her to scramble as the tiny bits of metal assaulted her. Grunting in pain, Spider-Woman knew that the tiny yet powerful projectiles could prove deadly if she managed to take one to the head. It was clear to Ranma from the way the blonde moved that she'd had some training, a major difference between the 2 spider people. While Peter relied on his wit and emotions, Spider-Woman clearly was the calmer and cooler fighter, relying on her training rather than instinct. Out of the corner of her eyes, Ranma saw Spider-Man slowly pulling himself out of the rubble. Worse still was the fact that Colossus and Rogue were once again rejoining the fight. Throwing the last of her handful of tiny projectiles, Ranma decided to get serious. "Parker, you suck," the redhead shouted, startling the recovering Spider-Man. "All that power and you got no skills to go with it. At least this chick here knows how to fight. I bet you'd lose to her straight up. I can't believe you don't even measure up to this girl." Dodging the webbing that Spider-Woman shot at her, the redhead grabbed the line and pulled, overpowering the slight blonde despite her super strength. Swinging her around, Ranma slammed her into the remains of the building that Colossus was emerging from. "I thought you were just a nerd, Parker," she taunted. "But I guess you're not smart enough to know when you're beat." Leaping in, Spider-Man threw another wild overhead right only to end up with Ranma's foot in his face. Using the web-slinger's momentum against him, the redhead rolled onto her back before delivering a punishing kick to Spider-Man's stomach. Ranma knew that Peter wasn't expecting a solid hit as the kid used to bouncing around to deflect the brunt of the blow, but when push came to shove, The kid could take a hit as the kicks to his face and stomach rocked him but didn't take him out of the fight. But how much could he take? Grabbing Spider-Man's head, Ranma slammed firmly into his face, shattering the glass plating over his right eye. A second knee drew blood, probably from his nose. Jumping up, Ranma flipped in the air even as she held onto Spider-Man's head/mask, forcing him to stand nearly erect as a freezing blast hit the young superhero instead of its intended target. Charging Iceman, the young martial artist expertly avoided several blasts from the most powerful of the founding members of the X-Men. A dozen lightning-quick strikes broke through Bobby's icy armor, allowing Ranma to land several dozen punishing blows to the now unprotected mutant. A powerful wind blew debris into the redhead's eyes. Grabbing hold of Iceman's shirt, Ranma threw the youth into the air. With the force of her throw combined with the fierce winds, she knew that Iceman would be in trouble. Waiting for Storm to cut the gale force winds and redirect them in an attempt to cushion her teammates' flight, the busty redhead ran up the side of the building and launched herself at the airborne Weather Witch. Even though she knew she'd be a few meters short, the redhead knew that she'd put herself in better position to take the dark-skinned mutant out of the fight. Grabbing another handful of nuts, she began to pelt the powerful mutant. Only a wall of webbing from Spider-Man and Spider-Woman saved Storm from the barrage as both spider-powered heroes moved to shield her from the barrage. Slightly frustrated, Ranma grabbed hold of the webbing and yanked on it, throwing the two heroes off balance even as she used the webbing to propel her towards the mutant. A powerful bolt of lightning hit her, singing her hair and burning her black silk outfit. Still, the numbing shock didn't deter her attack as she tackled Storm. Even with her unexpected passenger, Storm continued to levitate, shifting the air currents so that they could remain airborne. Using that to her advantage, Ranma wrapped her short legs around the woman's arms and waist before unleashing several punishing yet lightning-quick punches to the woman's face until she felt the older woman go limp. Twisting ever so slightly, Ranma made sure that Storm took the brunt of the bad landing as plummeted towards the ground. A parting kick to the stomach made the landing all the worse for Storm as Ranma managed to reduce the pull of gravity on herself and minimizing the damage from the fall. Rolling, she further reduced the impact before she managed to roll into a crouching position. Out of position as she was, Ranma suddenly saw stars as something metallic collided with the side of her head. Rolling with the blows, she managed to stay conscious. Shaking her head, she instinctively dodged the arrows that came whistling at her. Grabbing another handful of nuts, she expertly knocked down the 3 arrows that followed even as she jumped off the wall to engage Captain America. Ducking under the shields, she caught the straps, using the symbol of America to defend against the second barrage of arrows. Charging ahead, she used the shield to smash into the startled Hawkeye, pulling him over. Only a blast from Iron Man's hand kept Ranma from finishing off the marksman. Still, she had managed to disarm him. This was getting messy. "I didn't want to have to do this," she stated as she stood up to face Captain America. Casually rolling his shield to him, she pulled out the Mirasama. Where the hell did she keep that thing? Iron Man asked as he hovered in the air. I couldn't detect anything on her other than a few nuts and bolts in her pocket. Weapons really weren't her style, but outnumbered as she was by the super-powered beings she knew, she had no other alternatives. Even the mark of the gods wouldn't be enough guarantee victory. Waiting for Captain America to grasp his shield and nod in acknowledgement of the challenge, Ranma rushed her opponent. The two exchanged blows, testing each other's skills and range while the rest of the combatants circled around them. As the taller and older of the two fighters, Captain America took the initiative. Throwing a powerful haymaker, the close combat expert used his longer reach and the shield to his advantage. Ducking under the attack, Ranma lashed out with her foot, blocking the follow-up kick while also using it to propel her past his guard. A quick slash was blocked expertly with the red, white, and blue shield. Lashing out at his opponent's back, Ranma landed a glancing blow to the captain's ribs, knocking the older fighter off balance temporarily. A second kick to the captain's ribs drew a grunt of pain from the taller fighter. Flipping to her feet, Ranma waited for her opponent to regain his feet. Adopting an unorthodox stance, Ranma rushed in. Again the Mirasama was met with the shield, as the overhead slash scraped against the alien metal of the shield. Just as she expected, the captain countered with a quick knife-edged shot to her wrist, disarming her. Snaking her wrist around his, Ranma fell onto her back and kicked the captain in the stomach, pushing off of him even as she once again took hold of his shield. Using the captain's impromptu flight as a distraction, Ranma threw the shield at Iron Man, catching the flying warrior off guard and knocking him out of the sky. Grabbing the Mirasama as she rolled to her feet, Ranma rushed the startled Iron Man only to stop short as a familiar redhead moved to shield the superhero. Mary Jane, get out of here. As a martial artist, Ranma was nearly almost always in control of his actions. Stopping just a few centimeters short of the redhead, Ranma glared at Mary Jane. Ranma, she said, her voice trembling, please, stop. Why are you fighting them? It didn't start the fight with them, the busty redhead stated as she stared at the other redhead. I'm here to kill the mutants. Don't get in my way. Even without any powers and the desperate urge to flee, she forced herself to stand her ground. I won't let you kill them, she stated. Kitty's not a bad person, neither is Liz or the others. Shaking her head, Ranma leapt over the teen. Using the Mirasama to deflect Iron Man's blast, the martial artist focused on her true targets, the mutants. Landing gracefully, she grabbed a handful of dirt and ducked under a blast from the recovered Iron Man as she made a beeline for Colossus. Slipping under his powerful overhand, she threw the dirt into his eyes. Blinded, the mighty mutant slammed his fist into the ground, rupturing the gas line buried underneath. Unable to cut the metal-skinned mutant, Ranma instead used him as a stepping stone as she launched herself towards the still unconscious Shadowcat. Only Marvel Girl's mighty psychic shield kept Ranma from taking the mutant girl's life as the Mirasama hit the invisible force field. Landing in a crouch, Ranma again was hit hard, by Captain America's shield, this time with the captain still attached to it. Sandwiched between the metal shield and the psychic one, Ranma lost her hold on the Mirasama. A hard elbow smash to the back of her head once again brought stars to her field of vision. Twisting around, Ranma answered with an elbow of his own that connected with the older fighter's temple. Though she freed herself from her predicament, Ranma was still dazed. The smell of natural gas filled her nostrils as she blinked away the stars. "Liz!" "No!" someone shouted. Turning around, Ranma saw Firestar overhead as she shot a blast of flame at Ranma. Instinct propelled the redhead across the clearing and away from the fiery blast, but it wasn't self-preservation. Sweeping the stunned Mary Jane off her feet, Ranma jumped just as the flames hit the leaking gas. Cradling Mary Jane in her arms, Ranma felt the intense heat scorching her back as the force of the explosion sent them flying. Rolling, Ranma made sure that she took the brunt of the blow. A bone-jarring collision with the wall winning was the result as Ranma and Mary Jane crumpled to the ground. Iceman, put out the fire. Captain America commanded the others even as he strapped on his shield and rushed towards the two entangled redheads. "You all right?" the martial artist asked the other girl. Nodding, Mary Jane looked up at Ranma even as the busty girl slowly let go of her. "Please, you don't have to do this, they're good people." Wiping the blood from a shallow cut over her right eye, Ranma shook her head. "As a martial artist I have to protect the weak," she stated. "Who's weak?" Rogue asked as she grabbed hold of Ranma's head, placing her bare palms against Ranma's sweaty cheek. Though she was being drained of her ki, Ranma somehow managed to lash out as she turned around, driving the mystical gem into Rogue's soft bosom. Two conflicting magics collided, causing a brief magical flare that sent the two fighters in opposite directions. "I think it's over," Spidey stated as he bound Ranma in webbing. Kitty nodded as she and Jean retrieved the fallen Rogue. "We'll take her to S.H.I.E.L.D., Captain America stated as he sheathed the dark katana. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// time to have a cold. Dreaming Fox Chapter 4 Chapter 4 Author's Notes: If I were fortunate enough to actually work for Marvel/Disney, I might actually be making money off of this work. But I don't, so I publish my work here. Of course, I also don't own Ranma 1/2 either. This is simply a work of fanfic I made for my personal enjoyment and for the enjoyment of those select few who seem to like my writing. Carol Danvers looked at the assembled superheroes before her and repressed a sigh. In the short time she'd worked with the superhero community, she'd never seen them so ragged. Yes, there was the ultimatum wave 6 months ago, but the entire world had taken a beating then. This incident had fortunately been contained to several city blocks, and the assembled heroes looked like they'd fought a war. Yes, they had won. But they had only faced a single individual, a single normal girl from all indications. She's not just a normal girl, Jean Grey, the resident telepath, stated. No, I'm not looking into your mind. Just your body posture and that look on your face is enough to tell everyone here what you're thinking. So what about her makes her so special? The acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. demanded. Whoever she is, she's had extensive psychic barriers set up, the redhead stated. I couldn't sense her coming when we were looking for Liz, and I couldn't even read her mind when we were fighting her. The only thing I felt was another presence inside of her mind. She's being mind-controlled. Hawkeye asked even as he held a bag of ice to his eyes. No, Jean replied, shaking her head, more like tweaked to make her resent mutants more than she normally would. But there's also another presence, something destructive and feral within her. Like she's possessed. The still injured Spiderman quipped. More like a split personality that she reverts to in times of need, the telepath explained. And she didn't need that to kick us around. Spider-Woman added. I think she keeps it in check because she can't control it, Storm suggested. Your friend, the redhead reporter, the still armored superhero said as he turned to face the young genius. Mary Jane, Peter grumbled as he replaced the broken glass plate on his mask. Mary Jane, Tony repeated. She seemed to know the girl. What did she call her? Ranma, Rogue added as she had the broken pendant that once housed the gem of Frederick. Her name's Ranma and she's a martial artist, a great martial artist. I've worked with some good martial artists before, and none of them are anywhere near her league, Spider-Man stated as he pulled his repaired mask on. You drained some of her skills and memories, Carol stated. What else can you tell us about her? She's traveled the world, and was in Tokyo when the ultimatum wave hit Japan, the young mutant explained. Everything else is jumbled, like someone's been messing with it. So it's like in Harry Potter where Professor Slughorn altered his memories to make himself seem like the good guy, right? Peter suggested. More like increasing the emotional intensity of the memory to make her more resentful and angry, Jean explained. That's why she wasn't really going all out against the Ultimates, Rogue stated. Or why she stopped when Mary Jane stepped between her and Iron Man. So some normal girl gets her memories altered, Shadowcat elaborated. How the hell does that explain the tornadoes she hit us with? Some martial arts technique that took advantage of the heat that the Human Torch and Firestar were throwing off, Rogue explained. I still don't think she's normal, Spider-Man stated, holding firm to his belief that someone, anyone, who held their own and actually was kicking the ass of so many super-powered heroes had to have some sort of power. She might not be completely normal, Carol conceded, but she's not super-powered like you. Still, she did manage to take out the Juggernaut, or at least knows who did it. I'm going to have the techs look at the sword and the tracking device she had on her. If I'm right, that's the same one that was outfitted to the Juggernaut's helmet. Maybe the sword is magical or something. Which would explain why I didn't pick it up on my initial scan, Iron Man added. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a look at the girl. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ranma has been captured. Konatsu stated as the cross-dressing ninja bowed to the shadowy leaders of the hand. So it seems, the foremost of the figures replied. It would seem that we put too much faith in his abilities, the second figure added. I've already had our agent in Hydra contacted, Konatsu quickly said, breaking the tension in the room. We have an agent in Hydra? The third figure asked. Yes, as they also plot towards world domination. I thought it best that we plant several agents inside of Hydra, the first speaker explained. One of the agents was made aware of the fight between Ranma and the Ultimates, the X-Men, and Spider-Man, Konatsu stated. They are going to move to acquire him, shifting the focus away from us and to Hydra. Several of the shadowy figures nodded. We pit Hydra against S.H.I.E.L.D. once again, a fourth speaker nodded sagely. Can we still use Ranma? The first speaker asked. It is possible, Konatsu stated. The agent in Hydra suggests that they want to test him once they bring him back to their mobile base. Seeing how well he fared against the superheroes, they want to see how their own subjects fare against him. Again the figures in the shadows and darkness nodded. Keep us updated, the second figure ordered. But for now, we moved on to our other plans. Konatsu bowed her shrouded head. Ranma had more uses than any of them even considered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rogue was not happy. Technically, no one who was involved in that fight with the odd martial artist known only as Ranma was happy. Spider-Man had a mild concussion, broken mask, and broken nose, all very good reasons why he shouldn't be happy. Firestar was still confused and didn't know why the busty redhead had attacked her, and she'd lost some friends to the girl before as well. Bobby, Kitty, Storm and Jean had been beaten and battered, and exhausted in the fight. Well, Colossus didn't seem to take it too badly, but he was a Russian. They just thought about things in different ways than normal people did. Grumbling about the weird memories that she had picked up from the busty redhead and about her singed outfit. She loved that jacket. The young mutant just hoped that Bobby wouldn't try to sneak into her bed again. Not only would it now be considered statutory rape, but she clearly didn't have the same degree of control over her powers like she did following absorbing Gambit's power. Slipping into the room that acting director Danvers had assigned to her, the young mutant locked her door. Stripping off the remains of her tattered outfit, Rogue turned on the shower, letting the water get nice and hot as she finished undressing. After a few minutes she threw the remains into the trash and grabbed a towel. The feel of the usually scalding hot water felt rather tepid to Rogue. Still, she was too tired and sore to think too much about it. More than likely someone else was showering. Lord knows how much water they actually had on the stupid flying base. Letting the water slowly soak into her hair and skin, Rogue reached for the shampoo and washed her long locks. Grabbing the body wash, she started to scrub off the dirt and grit that she'd acquired in the heated battle. Running her hand over her chest, she blinked. Since when did her breasts feel so hard, so muscular, so flat. Opening her eyes, she looked down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The powerful blast of emotion from Rogue nearly startled Jean as she entered her own room. The loud scream that accompanied it though was drowned out by the sound of several dozen explosions rocking S.H.I.E.L.'s helicarrier. Lights died, filling the corridors and rooms in darkness before the red emergency lights came back on. Unable to focus on the plight of her teammate, Marvel Girl quickly zipped up her top and rushed out into the halls, blasting several masked figures with an overwhelming psionic blast that would have rendered most people unconscious. But these attackers weren't normal, nor were they completely human. The cybernetic enhanced assailants paused momentarily as they fought to repel the telepathic assault. That moment was enough for a Marvel Girl to send them flying into the attackers behind them, tripping them all up and creating a logjam in the corridor. Creating a telekinetic barrier, she shielded herself from the barrage of laser fire that the assailants sent her away, buying enough time for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that arrived behind her and opened fire as she jumped back into her assigned room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the past 6 months since he'd joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Benjamin Grimm had little to do. Sure, he'd quickly completed basic training and S.H.I.E.L.'s version of boot camp, but it really wasn't that much of a surprise given his super strength and endurance. He had knocked out the Hulk after all. Unfortunately, his super strength and rock-hard skin didn't account for much as he had been stuck on S.H.I.E.L.'s helicarrier since completing his training, as he'd done little more than become a test subject or the one testing various technology for the tech geeks that all aspired to be the next Reed Richards or Tony Stark. Aside from the super-powered fights and traveling around the world or between worlds or out of the world, it was pretty much like working for Sue or Reed. Still, Ben did miss the action. Sure, he thought plenty, usually playing the role of the Hulk in various situations where S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to stop a rampaging Hulk. But that wasn't the same as fighting beside other super-powered heroes. But hearing the explosions as the unknown attackers breached the helicarrier and seeing the red alarm lights lighting up the dark confines of S.H.I.E.L.'s mobile carrier made Ben's rock-hard heart pump. Strapping on his S.H.I.E.L.D.-issued equipment, Ben Grimm rushed out the door. "Intruders in Landing Bay 7, blared the voice of the agent manning the comm in the bridge. Rushing down the corridors, Ben was joined by other agents as they rushed to defend that breach. "Intruders in Barracks 2, the comm blared. "Intruders advancing towards holding cell 77, another voice declared over the comm system. "They're headed for the new detainee." "Damn, that's right below us," Ben grumbled. Touching his headset, he responded, "This is Ben Grimm. I've got 7 agents with me. We're diverting to holding cell 77. It didn't take long for the squad of 8 to encounter resistance as the sounds of laser fire and screams of pain filled the corridor ahead of them. Though he knew that his thick, rocky skin could absorb the damage, the S.H.I.E.L.D. training had ingrained in him the need to seek cover as he opened fire on the men in green spandex suits. While it would have been easy for him to just plow through the hallway full of soldiers, he couldn't leave the others behind. Who knew what other surprises lay ahead of them, and simply rushing ahead blindly could put all of them in a bad spot. Asterisk 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 never a heavy sleeper. Ranma wasn't a light sleeper either. Then again, his slumber wasn't self-induced as he'd had his energy drained while he was fighting against the mutants and the ultimates, or what was left of the ultimates. The feel of the cold steel around his wrists and against his back as he leaned against the side of the cell was all he needed to know. Of course it didn't matter that he was currently in his female form, which made sense given the fact that he had fought them in that body. Though weaker than his male body, it was strong enough to break free of the stupid shackles that they had used on him. Yes, they'd learned the folly of their ignorance. And judging from the sound of the fighting outside, it was clear that they were too preoccupied to notice a busty redhead slipping out of the place. Channeling ki to their arms and wrists, the martial artist easily broke the shackles. Manifesting the key into a golden orb, Ranma slammed it into the unfortified wall. They really were stupid. Several more blasts ripped the wall open enough for the petty redhead to crawl through and out of the cramped cell into the air vent. Asterisk 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 the young man formerly known as Shannon Flash was full of anger and resentment. Having been given a girl's name combined with the last name of Flash had driven the young man virtually insane with anger. But ever since he'd joined up with Hydra, after having failed at convincing the judge to legally change his name, the same stupid judge who refused to change some lame chump's name because he'd lost a bet and was going to change his name to that of the winning Super Bowl QB, he had left his old name behind. True, no one used their names in Hydra, at least not the grunts. But once he earned the rank of captain, he'd be able to pick a name for himself that truly reflected his persona and skills. Something much better than the name his mother had given him. Axl Rose, yeah. Sure, it was the name of his favorite artist, but hell, it was a good name. Better than Ozzy or Leonard at least. And to get his dream name, the young Hydra agent needed to return with the busty redhead that the intelligence department of Hydra were so interested in. Perhaps they wanted her because she was a busty redhead. Ever since the ultimatum wave had nearly destroyed the world, the ranks of Hydra had taken a hit. It also didn't help that they'd lost so many men during the failed raid of Stark Tower before the wave, and that all of them had died when the shield facility housing them had been destroyed during the wave. But they'd made up for their lack of numbers by stealing the abandoned technology in the now frozen wastelands of Latveria. Dr. Doom's strength-enhancing suits made the average Hydra agent stronger, faster, and tougher than a normal human, and the cybernetic implants helped them resist telepathic attacks. Team 77 has reached the holding cells, the man formerly known as Shannon stated proudly. Though there was still heavy fighting behind his squad, he was confident that they would be able to hold off S.H.I.E.L.D's grunts. Hell, with the advanced weapons developed by Dr. Doom and improved by the Hydra techs, they'd be able to take on the Ultimates. Holstering his plasma rifle, the leader of the squad waited for the familiar hum from the power generator on his wrist to fully charge before he slammed it into the fortified titanium door. Several blows later and the door was completely destroyed, leaving the way into the detention cells completely unobstructed. Last corridor to the right, and make sure to stay away from the corridor in the middle on the left. Any metal gets too close to that captive and we might have to deal with Dr. Octopus, the Redhead squad leader stated. Rushing down the giant corridor, the squad continued towards their goal as the firefight intensified in the outer corridor. 3, he shouted, referring to his men. Well, in this rare case a woman, by number rather than by name, take out the door. 4, 6, 8 and 9, cover the door. Everyone else keep an eye out for any other trouble. Sir, the lone female in the squad squawked. What is it, 3? The man formerly known as Shannon shot back. It's empty, the rather bony woman replied. Shit, there goes my promotion, the squad leader thought as he had the gaping hole in the back of the holding cell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The few occasional glances that he stole from the narrow slits in the air vents told him all he needed to know about the current situation. People were fighting and dying, though the guys in the green suits looked to be winning as they tended to mow down the guys in the dark blue or gray outfits. His martial artist code demanded that he protect the weak, and clearly the guys in blue and gray were weak. Well, when compared to him and the guys in green at least. But they were also armed and had greater numbers. Really, this was a battle between two groups that really had nothing to do with him. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit bad about everything going on, even if it wasn't his business. Not wanting to get caught up in a fight that clearly had nothing to do with him, the busty redhead continued to make her way through the air duct. Fortunately no one bothered to shoot or even look up as they thought, and the only ones who did were dead or dying. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do you mean she's gone? The attack leader shouted over the comm system. The redhead formerly known as Shannon flash-steeled himself as he looked at his commander's image. See for yourself, sir, she's already escaped. She probably used our attack as cover, the trembling man rationalized. If she's as good as the intel suggests she is, then she wouldn't have stayed out long. And clearly S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have time to adequately build a cell around her abilities, she added, deflecting the blame towards their enemy. What other prisoners are on board the Heli carrier? The still angry attack leader asked. Dr. Octopus, Kraven the Hunter, and RHINO. Is RHINO in his suit? No sir, and the suit isn't here. Damn, he's completely useless to us then. Free Kraven, we might be able to at least get some more advances from studying how he tampered with his own DNA. Once you've freed him, I'll sound the call for a retreat. Make sure that you bring any Stark tech that you find back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ranma knew that his impromptu escape was too good to be true as he approached the end of the air duct. I knew I should have taken the other turn, the big-tailed boy lamented. At least I'm not as lost as Ryoga used to get. Seeing that there wasn't anyone fighting below him, the boy in a busty girl's body quickly removed the cover of the vent before lowering himself into the dark room. Dropping gracefully to the ground, he immediately noticed the naked girl hanging from the wall. Though he was very familiar with the female form, it was clear that the girl before him was significantly taller than his female form, though shorter than his true form. "What did you do to get thrown in here?" he asked as he considered his options for getting out of the room. "Kill mutants," the girl snarled beneath the metal mask on her face. "Huh? I'm here for that too? Why, they didn't actually catch me killing anyone yet," the redhead replied. The girl snarled. Walking over to the wall, Ranma gripped the metal rod that kept the girl pinned to the wall. Pulling hard, he adjusted his position so that his feet were against the wall as he put the full force of his tiny body into breaking the shackle. Ripping it off of the wall, Ranma huffed. "Man, I wish I was in my real body." With one arm now free, the lean girl pushed the busty redhead away. Snarling, she extracted two vicious-looking claws from her hand before reaching for her other arm and cutting herself free with one quick swipe. "You're a mutant!" Ranma exclaimed. "Why the hell didn't I think of just using the Mirasama?" "I hunt mutants," the girl corrected. "You've got claws like that Wolverine guy. They gave them to me so that I could hunt other mutants," the girl growled as she completely removed the other shackle from the arm that Ranma had freed. Reaching down, she cut off the shackles/supports on her feet. "So you're not a mutant?" The wild-haired girl shook her head. "Cloned." Shrugging, Ranma pulled of the remains of his shirt and offered it to the girl. Yes, he'd seen plenty of girls naked before. That didn't mean that he'd allow them to be indecent even if they were in the dark. "So you know how to get out of here?" "The door." Sighing, Ranma put his ear on the door to listen for any sign of the fighting around them. Standing up straight, he channeled ki into his hands before slamming them into the door, instantly blowing it off. "So, which way do we go?" Rushing to the door, the bottomless girl turned to her left. "This way." Asterisk, 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 asterisk. This was a truly weird day, and for Spider-Man, that was saying a lot. He'd fought several of his greatest opponents outside of the White House, been thrown out the window by the Kingpin, had the rights to his alter ego bought out by the Kingpin, was hit on by an older woman who also happened to be a cat burglar, and then there had been the coalition against the Kingpin. The day had started out well enough with a pleasant date with Gwen. Unfortunately, that was where the normal stuff ended, as the return home had led to the discovery that Bobby Drake, aka Iceman, was now going to be living with them, as if living with your teenage girlfriend who was once dead and then came back due to an illegal experiment. With a biosuit and genetic manipulation brought her back to life, and that both of his girlfriends, one of whom dated with Bobby. And then there was the really odd fight where all the remaining Ultimates, nearly all of the remaining X-Men, himself, Johnny Storm, and Spider-Woman had essentially gotten their asses handed to them by the some redhead girl. The entire debriefing by the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't help ease his feeling and concerns about the monster martial artist, nor did the fact that the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier happened to be attacked just as he was about to return home. "You know, you're the first female I've seen in these funny suits," he quipped as he dodged the lone female Hydra agent's powerful mace. "I guess you're the one that all had to take all the measurements." A quick, vicious punch sent the woman flying into several of her companions. "Weird that you're using shields when you're fighting guys from S.H.I.E.L.D., he added as he grabbed hold of the closest green shield and yanked it away from the tall agent before him. With a twist of the hips and shoulders he sent the shield flying, bowling over several other agents over. "Hey! Bowling for Hydra!" he exclaimed. "Strike!" Leaping off the wall and onto the shield of another Hydra agent he kicked off hard, pushing the larger man back onto his peers even as he launched himself onto the ceiling to avoid more fire. Landing hard on top of the head of another Hydra agent he kicked the man hard in the head. In the cramped confines of the tiny corridor, Spider-Man knew that he couldn't be completely effective given his inability to move around and with the amount of room for him to dodge limited. At least being in close quarters he limited the types of weapons that be used against him, though the damage to the corridor was starting to take a toll. Kicking off of the back of another agent, the young superhero clung to the wall just as the floor below gave way, sending the Hydra agents stumbling onto their companions on the floor below. "It's like you're rabbits," he joked as he jumped down on the assembled fighters, knocking two out with kicks to their head. This day was long from over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The feel of a powerful breeze told him that he was near the outside. Glancing around the corner, Ranma grinned as he spotted the large hole where several men in green outfits were standing. Clearly that was where some of them had gotten in. Though he still didn't know their intentions, Ranma quickly formulated a plan. After all, he was great at throwing plans together on the fly. Motioning for his companion to stay silent, Ranma stripped off the tattered remains of his outfit. He hid the Mirasama behind his back. Hopefully the darkness of the corridor would hide the weapon from the sweet men's vision. Stepping around the corner and into the light so that the green sweet agents, the redhead revealed herself to them even as she hoped to distract them. Excuse me," he said, playing part of the helpless yet very sexy girl expertly. "I'm lost and I don't have any clothes." It would have been funny if the men had fallen as the blood gushed out of their noses, but the fact that they were completely dumbstruck and willingly walked over to him and then stood there as the busty redhead suddenly rushed right past them and leapt out of the gaping hole in the wall was enough for Ranma. Yes, they had completely left their guard down. Had he been a killer he could have taken their heads right then and there. Lucky for them they weren't mutants and would only have to deal with slight concussions when they woke. Glancing out of the gaping hole, Ranma shrugged. "Now what?" the girl asked. "What else?" he replied. "We jump." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Slowly the tide of battle turned, though not necessarily for a good reason. Though the exhausted heroes slowly repelled the Hydra assault, they knew that the shield forces were essentially getting abused by the assailants. "Carol," Tony said into his comm as he bashed a shield-wielding Hydra agent with his own shield. "I've analyzed the tech that they've acquired. It looks like it's based off of Dr. Doom's Doombots." "Shit," the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. cursed. "I knew we should have scoured the frozen wastelands better." "You left Latria unattended?" Iron Man exclaimed. "We were stretched thin right after the ultimatum waves hit, and it took us a while to get agents there," Carol said, defending her decisions as acting director. "Madam Director," Ben exclaimed, cutting off the current conversation. "This is Benjamin Grimm. I've laid a squad down to holding cell 77. It looks like they broke several villains. Who's unaccounted for?" Craven and the new girl, the agent at the operations desk stated. "The girl from the Weapon X project got freed too. Asterisk 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 A/M, unlike my other fix where I work with the formula that Ranma's curse turns him into a specific girl, Ranma's curse in this fic merely transforms him/her into a female version of his male self. I know that Rogue usually isn't seen as being able to absorb anything but powers/abilities from her victims, but in some ways the curse is an ability, the ability to transform when splashed with water. I've decided to, regardless of their physical sex at the time, I am going to refer to Ranma as he and Rogue as she because gender-wise, they still seem themselves as being the appropriate gender. Just like Konatsu, while being a male, considers herself female. Yes, you heard me. I'm playing the gender card. Others may consider using the appropriate pronoun depending on their body, but the characters will still see themselves as he and she respectively. I previously misspelled Carol Danvers as Carol Davers, my bad. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox * Chapter 5 * Chapter 5 Author's Notes. I find myself really enjoying this fic. I hope that everyone reading this is enjoying it too. That said, I'm not putting up a disclaimer anymore. I'm pretty sure that everyone who's read this far knows I don't own anything of significance. No, Ranma didn't find X-23. Oh, it did cross my mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It appears that Ranma was able to escape while Hydra attacked S.H.I.E.L.D., Konatsu stated as she addressed the Hands Elders. Do they suspect anyone other than Hydra? The fourth advisor asked. No, the cross-dressing ninja replied. Hydra freed several other supervillains and stole some Stark tech. It appears as though the attack might have just been coincidental, though I would not want to presume to know what the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is thinking. The second advisor smirked in the shadows. Continued to monitor the situation, she ordered, waving Konatsu off. Nodding, the young ninja vanished. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're sure you're not a mutant? Ranma asked the raven-haired girl as she levitated the pair down from the helicarrier. You sure you're a guy? The girl replied. Touché, the busty redhead smirked. So what's with the powers? Someone experimented on me, the girl growled. At least that's what I gathered from the minds of the people who were handling me. I was made to hunt mutants and to gain the abilities of the mutants I face, to mimic them without being one of them. So you were born with powers, but they're not because of the X gene, Ranma stated. And your powers are essentially stolen, like Rogue's powers in a sense. Who's Rogue? She's a mutant, Ranma grumbled. Why do you hate her so much? Because she's a mutant, he replied. A mutant nearly destroyed the world, and ended up killing over 1 billion people. That must be why they created me, the other girl stated. Who'd you take down? Landing gently, the raven-haired girl shrugged her shoulders. I didn't, the girl replied. She wouldn't know, a new voice explained. Ranma blinked. That voice, it was once the bane of his existence. Feeling small hands groping the breasts of his female form. Well, his breasts, Ranma instinctively lashed out, missing the tiny figure as it scrambled away. Ranma, my girl, the ancient master of anything goes martial arts, smirked as he perched himself on a chimney so as to put himself at eye level with Ranma. It's good to see you. Capo's eyes. I thought you were dead like everyone else. Ranma was torn between outrage and relief. Outrage that the old lecher had groped him, or relief that someone else he knew was alive. Looking at the relatively long cloak and the gold amulet that clasped around the tiny figure's neck, Ranma felt a slightly different aura radiating from the founder of his style of martial arts. How did you survive? Capo's eye smiled weakly as he looked at his former student. In all my years I've learned a few tricks, not all of them martial arts based. That's why my style is called anything goes. You've seen me use magic, martial arts, grenades, almost everything. Unfortunately that wasn't enough to save me when the waves hit Nirima. What did save me though was this, he explained, tugging on the glowing golden amulet. The Eye of the Agamotto, and the Cloak of Levitation saved me when they chose me to be the next and current Sorcerer Supreme. Ranma eyed the old man skeptically. It's true, all of it, the old man stated. With the Earth's population decimated as it is, and with humanity relying so heavily on technology, there are few left who know of the ancient magic. As one of the most knowledgeable magic users left, the Eye of the Agamotto and the Cloak of Levitation instinctively sought me out. Slumping back, Ranma brushed against the other girl. I had thought that you might be dead as well, Capo's eye stated. But then I felt your aura flare when you destroyed the Gem of Sideric, the magical stone that powered up the Juggernaut. What about it? The topless redhead asked. The ambient magic of your curse reacted with the magic in the gem, destroying it and possibly endangering our world, the sagely martial arts master explained. If it were anyone but you, you would have noticed a significant increase in our strength, even greater than that of the super strength Soba. But as I said, your body and subconscious mind tends to only use the necessary strength to get a job done. Ranma blinked. No way. I'd have noticed if I got stronger. You broke out of a fortified cell on a shield helicarrier, the other girl said, adding credence to the old man's claims. I'm not sure how fortified your cell was, but mine was laced with vibranium. Ripping apart something enhanced and fortified by vibranium is impossible for even some of the strongest superpowered beings. Only the Hulk and Thor have such strength, or so I've been told. But you broke out after I ripped the first one off, Ranma countered. I have adamantium claws that can cut through even vibranium, the girl stated as she moved to cover her meager. When compared to Ranma's female form, they were meager assets with his shirt. What do I call you anyways? The redhead asked. I don't know, the girl replied. They didn't give me a name, they just called me Mimic. Ranma, the girl is like you, Tacos, I stated. What? Made to hunt mutants? The redhead asked. Yes, but the difference between the two of you is that your hatred is false, Tacos, I elaborated. What the hell are you talking about? Ranma shouted as he stood up. Do you remember how much you used to hate me back in Mirima? The old man asked. How you wished that I would just go away and leave you alone. Yet when push came to shove, you couldn't get rid of me when you had the chance. The same was true of Ryoga, Mithus and even Kuno. Yes, you'd beat them, savagely even, but you never set out just to hurt them or even to kill them. Ranma clutched his head. But martial artists must protect the weak, my boy, Tacos, I sighed. It's a martial artist's duty is to fight off monsters or the supernatural that prey on the weak, and not all monsters or supernatural things are bad or evil, just like not all humans are good. While Ranma was often seen as nothing more than a simple jock, the big-tailed boy-turned-girl was far from stupid. Long that he simply accepted his father's skewed, and often irrational code of honor and conduct without ever questioning it, and finally pressed to defend that illogical code as well as handling the slight alterations in his very nature and demeanor was pushing his already warped brain. Spotting an opening at Tacos, I rushed in, stabbing Ranma with a shard from the gem of Sideric. Damn, the tiny man grumbled as the busty redhead fell on top of him. I'd normally love being pinned down like this, he lamented. Would you be so kind as to help take him home? What did you do to him? The girl asked as she watched the current Sorcerer Supreme extract himself from underneath the redhead. I'm no telepath, the old man mumbled, so I did the only thing I could. I cast a spell to remove any telepathic signals that were messing with his mind and memories. It's not perfect, but it was better than the alternative. It's not a cure for what happened to him, but it should slowly unravel what's been done to him. So, would you be so kind as to take him home? Why do you keep calling her him? When you get her home, splash her with some hot water, the old man smirked. What about you? Where are you going? Tying up some loose ends, the Sorcerer Supreme said as he vanished into the night. Mimic blinked. Where the hell does she live anyways? Asterisk 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 rogue. Marvel Girl asked as she looked at the nearly naked man standing before her. What happened to you? Is it me? Or was Rogue a girl the last time we saw her? Spider-Man asked rhetorically. Instinctively he barely dodged as Spider-Woman took a swipe at him to shut him up. I don't know, Marion/Ranma replied with a mix of a southern accent combined with a Japanese/English accent. I think that something happened when that girl destroyed the gem of Cedric. There must have been a curse on it for anyone who destroyed it. What about the Japanese accent? Peter added. Obviously that's from when she absorbed the girl's abilities, Jessica rationalized. She's probably Japanese. I've never seen a Japanese girl with bright red hair, Spider-Man countered. Irish yes, but not Japanese. Though there were a few girls with pink hair, and purple. I'll shut up now, he added as he felt the woman and man glare at him. If only Dr. Strange were around, we could refer to his expertise, Iron Man stated. Do we know who the current Sorcerer Supreme is? As acting director Carol should have known, but she didn't. There aren't that many magic users that we know of, and the few we do know of are dead or too low level to know. But they do confirm that someone has taken up the mantle. And the cloak? Spider-Man interjected. Okay, I'll shut up again. It's probably some backwoods shaman or mystic, Iron Man added. Hey, Dr. Strange wasn't some backwoods mystic, Peter protested. He was an exception, Tony replied. His family was brought up around magic and mysticism. Most people in industrialized nations had given up on magic. Only those with money held on to magic, and there are few of those around now. So what do we do about me? Rogue shouted as she drew everyone's attention back to her plight. You've still got your super strength and other powers, right? Carol asked. If you mean I've still got the Juggernaut's strength and near invulnerability, yeah, the boy with white highlights answered. But for now I don't drain people when I touch them. For now you'll just have to deal with it, Carol stated coolly. We're short-handed as it is, and I need everyone who's available to help find the girl as well as the others that Hydra busted out. Asterisk. Mary Jane couldn't help but feel more than just a bit relieved that she didn't live with Aunt May and the others. True, she did feel like she was left out of the loop at times, but her inquisitive mind and nature rarely allowed her to stay out of the loop for long. It was that same nature that had put her in what others considered as harm's way when she'd stepped between the mysterious Redhead and Tony Stark during the fight. It probably had saved the superhero's life, and it had confirmed several of the blogs that the girl in Japan had posted. Brushing off Aunt May's scathing lecture about putting her life on the line when she didn't have to and leaving such dangerous jobs to the real heroes had been a bit trite. But considering that 3 of the 4 teens living with the woman were superpowered beings, she did have a point. Still, MJ just couldn't let the others fight someone who was rumored to be able to conjure tornadoes casually or had leveled an entire mountain range. Rushing back to her own house, the energetic Redhead quickly hopped online again, thankful that the fight hadn't knocked out her internet connection or power as she quickly searched for the new transfer student. With the help of a hacker friend, she managed to acquire Ranma's address from the school database, and all it had cost her was a revealing picture of herself in a bikini, with her face blurred out of course, emailed to the hacker. Computer geeks really did spend all their time online searching for porn. Again, the internet helped her search as she MapQuested Ranma's address and plotted a way to make sure that it had in fact been the Japanese student turned into a girl. Having been captured, he probably wouldn't object to her breaking into his apartment to find out more about why he was attacking the remaining X-Men and Ultimates. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I'm not sure that she went with Hydra, Ben stated as he looked at the battered remains of the holding cell. What do you mean, Agent Grimm? The squad commander asked. Though the busty, bald woman was technically his superior, Ben was sure that she hadn't seen merely a fraction of the action that he'd seen. Then again, she was from counterintelligence. Well, if they were trying to break her out, why is there a hole over here? He pointed out. Wouldn't it make more sense to just blow the door and go? Why rush into the vents? Because that's the fastest way between holding cell 77 and holding cell 85, Agent Mason stated. Clearly she was in position to get the detainee in holding cell 85 without drawing attention to her. The fighting would provide her with the perfect cover to get to holding cell 85 as no one would have spotted her. Taking the hallways and corridors, she would have been spotted on the security cameras as well as run into some fighting along the way. Several other agents nodded in agreement. Is there any footage from outside of the holding cell 77? Ben asked. No, the feed from the cameras was taken out in that section, Agent Mason explained. It's no longer your concern, though, Agent Grimm. Marvel Girl, Rogue, and Storm have been assigned to this case. Nodding, Ben couldn't help but wonder if perhaps the three X-Men would need some assistance. True, he hadn't been the person responsible for the defense of the two holding cells, but he had been in position to stop the Hydra assault squad that had gotten to the holding cells. Agent Grimm, Agent Mason called out. You've been assigned with recapturing Kraven the Hunter. Ben blinked. So they did think that the two prisoners weren't related despite supposedly being freed by the same assault. Sir, yes, sir, he said with a snappy salute. Yes, for this he'd need to hit up the runt Parker. Kraven was one of his old enemies after all. Asterisk 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 asterisk, I believe that they're starting to doubt me, Konatsu stated as she stood in the shadows. They've probably sent several hunters after me already. They won't find you, the tiny figure stated. Make sure that you erase the blog and keep the girl safe. I will. The cross-dressing ninja. The ward I put up should keep you safe for the night, the sorcerer stated. You know what the water does, and what the kettle will do. Once used, the kettle will return to my vault. Konatsu nodded. You'll finally have the body you were meant to have, the smaller figure stated. It might take some time to get adjusted to it, But you should be alright. Once you're ready, put the seal on the wall. It will teleport you to a random place far enough away from here that the hand won't be able to find you. Thank you, Master Hako's eyes, Konatsu said with a solemn bow. You've helped free me from the hand and given me the body I've so longed for. How can I ever repay you? A lecherous grin filled Hako's eyes' tiny face. Oh, I'm sure I'll think of something, he said with a smirk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Having been raised in a lab with no notion of socially accepted behavior or appearance, the girl known only as Mimic thought nothing of her state of dress nor that her companion was in using her powers. Mimic followed through with the old magician's request of bringing Ranma home by lifting him/her up telepathically and also reading his/her surface memories to find just where the redhead lived. Along the way she managed to pick up the notion of proper dress and apparel as she inadvertently read the thoughts of the people that they came close to. Glad to have gone unnoticed, Mimic was slowly becoming more self-conscious about the tattered shirt that she was now wearing. Having never seen anything beyond the confines of the lab or the cell, the inexperienced girl thought the desire to simply explore the world around her. If not for the debt she owed to Ranma for freeing her, Mimic would have just wandered around. But feeling the need to help the defenseless redhead, she continued with her task. Slipping into the brownstone unnoticed, Mimic wondered just how long Ranma was going to stay out due to the magical spell cast on her/him. Having picked up enough of common decorum from the minds of those she passed as well as the minds of her jailers, Mimic stripped off the tattered clothes from herself and Ranma, literally ripping them to shreds. Turning on the water, she decided against using her still unstable telepathy to support the busty redhead. Carrying Ranma into the shower, she didn't even bother to close the bathroom door or the shower curtains. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Walking into the nearly isolated brownstone, Mary Jane cautiously made her way towards Ranma's tiny apartment. Seeing that the door to his apartment was open, she whispered, "Ranma?" before entering. Had he been in that much of a rush to attack the others that he hadn't bothered to lock up? The sound of running water greeted her as she crept into his apartment. Curious, she made her way towards the bathroom. The sound of someone squeaking caught her attention as she cautiously grabbed the lamp and held it like a club. Having endured plenty of dangerous situations, Mary Jane knew better than to go in unarmed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The feel of hot water and the sudden transformation back into his true form was enough to wake Ranma from his magically induced slumber. Coming to, Ranma realized that he wasn't alone, and that he was currently standing. For a Mimic, the fact that the short redhead had become taller than her and was now in fact male did surprise her. Despite her super strength, the startled girl stumbled as tried to manage the larger form she was holding up. Instinctively Ranma pulled Mimic to him as the pair fell to the floor. Falling onto his back so that the raven-haired girl was on top of him, Ranma briefly caught the sight of something red in the doorway to the bathroom before feeling the cold, hard tile floor beneath him. Blinking as he tried to regain his senses, Ranma barely caught the sight of Mary Jane running out of his apartment and heard the door being slammed shut. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. So it appears that Konatsu has betrayed us, the shadowy figure stated as he had his fellow elders and advisors. So it seems, another elder added. Regardless, Ranma has served us well. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra captures him, the boy will not give them any information about us. Are we just letting them get away? The first figure asked. No, but for now we do not take any direct action against them, a third figure advised. We moved on with our next plan, the second figure explained. Project Valkyrie is complete, another shadow figure, this one distinctly female, added. Deploy Valkyrie to finish the task that Ranma failed to do, the first figure ordered. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. We failed to obtain the girl, the agent formerly known as Shannon Flash stated. But we did acquire some Stark technology and Kraven the Hunter. And the field test of our new technology proved our superiority over S.H.I.E.L.D's as well. Not a complete failure then, the Hydra commander stated. Kraven should prove to be an excellent guide for our prototype as well as the necessary backup for her should she encounter any problems. Once he's been reprogrammed, send Kraven and the prototype after the girl. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Having never met anyone who was not only nice to her but didn't think of her as only a weapon or tool, Mimic couldn't help but feel a bit attached to the gender-cursed boy known as Ranma. Though she'd picked up bits and pieces about modesty, the artificially created superhuman thought little of being naked around the gender-cursed boy. It didn't help that he himself did not seem to think much of his own state of dress while he was a girl around her, or the fact that he'd seen more women than he cared to talk about, not to mention that he was much more stacked as a girl than she was. Add to the fact that she really didn't feel comfortable in any of Ranma's much too baggy clothes nor had any of her own, and Mimic simply strutted around the tiny apartment naked as the day she was created. Having seen more women/girls naked than he cared to admit, Ranma simply let Mimic do her own thing. After all, it wasn't like she was trying to seduce him or anything. He said as he looked away from the raven-haired girl, I think we need to call you something other than Mimic. The slender girl asked with a mouthful of ramen. You do know that you're supposed to put some hot water in that, right? He asked as he diverted his gaze so that he wasn't looking at the naked girl but rather at the food in her hands. Anyways, I was saying, we need to call you something other than Mimic. Oh, she mumbled as she sat on Ranma's futon. Ray? The raven-haired girl shook her head. Sorta? She blinked then shook her head. Picking out various girl names, Ranma listed them off, each one shot down by the girl as she wolfed down more of his precious raiment. Asterisk, 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 a/n a short chapter. Hopefully you all enjoy it. Dreaming Fox asterisk chapter 6 asterisk. Chapter 6 Author's Notes I'm really enjoying writing this fic. Thanks to everyone who's reviewed the fic thus far. I'm glad you all are enjoying it. Yes, my head is filled with many odd and eccentric ideas, so expect a lot of the unexpected in this fic. Enjoy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The early morning mist slowly woke Ranma's groggy mind, helping him become more alert and aware of his surroundings. While Ranma was rarely ever one for waking up early, his recent travels had thrown off his bodily clock and sleep schedule. Not to mention that he'd spend so much time sleeping off a few blows to the head and being drained of his key energy, as well as whatever it was that Akko's eyes had done to him. It had put him out for much longer than he cared to think about. Oh, and then there was the fact that Mia had crawled into bed with him, completely naked, and had tried to cuddle up to him with her super strength. It was a good thing he slept on a fold-down mattress and not lot packed for a bed, as he could easily roll out of bed rather than fall out of it. Stiff and sore, Ranma worked out the kinks in his aching muscles and joints with a kata that took him the entire length and span of the brownstone's enclosed yard. The rigorous exercise also allowed him to think and process things, helping him to slowly process and think things through. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The alien face that stared at her in the mirror had maintained some of her facial features but was still unknown to her. Not only were her features more sharp and defined, but they just had a different feel to them. Her long hair still retained the long white bangs and the deep brown, wavy locks that she favored. But the biggest changes were south of her face. The first was her throat and the lack of an Adam's apple, and then down to her chest where her D cups were completely gone. But it was the sudden addition of her dangling bits between her legs that irked her the most. And there was also the clothes. Circumventing the issue by going commando, Rogue shuddered as she looked at her reflection and the tailor-made outfit that S.H.I.E.L.D. had supplied her. Pulling on her jacket, the young mutant hoped that S.H.I.E.L.D. would find the new Sorcerer Supreme so that S/he could find cure. Rogue. Jean's voice called out over the comm system. "We've got a lead on the new Sorcerer Supreme," the telepath stated. "I'll be right there," the physically powerful mutant stated as she slammed her fist into her palm. This was what she wanted. Not only could the new sorcerer help cure her, he would also be able to lead them to the mysterious girl whose powers were apparently magic-based. It was weird. All of it was weird. Having never worn a bra before, underwires gave Magnito an edge that she just didn't want to give him. Rogue had to deal with her breasts, well, jiggling and bouncing as she walked. But without breasts she could walk taller and straighter without having to strain her back. The skin-tight outfits that they wore in her line of work did provide a lot of support in her old form. But now that she was in a guy's body, well, she definitely had a new respect for the late Cyclops and understood why Logan was so irritable whenever he was forced to wear the team uniform. No wonder Spider-Man was always taking verbal jabs at his enemies and was willing to trade punches with his enemies, compared to what his outfit was doing to him as well as his physical endurance. The punches were probably nothing compared to the discomfort of wearing the suit. Grumbling, Rogue marched down to S.H.I.E.L.D's version of Cerebro, designated Cerebra. While lacking the range of the original Cerebro, Cerebra had a feature that its predecessor lacked: the ability to find superpowered beings by detecting power signatures when an individual used their powers rather than searching for an active X gene. "Ah! Get him off of me!" The somewhat familiar voice of the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. exclaimed. "YHH!" Jean cried out, her scream penetrating the thick, supposedly soundproof walls of the room that housed Cerebra. "You horrible fiend!" Storm shouted. "No, don't use your powers in here, Storm. Just hold him still, I won't miss." Rushing down the corridor, Rogue slammed her hand onto the sturdy control panel for Cerebra's room. The sight of the three admittedly flustered females and the tiny man clinging to Storm's ample bosom despite the telepathic restraints that Marvel Girl was using to try and restrain him made Rogue blush. The gender-cursed mutant stammered. "I don't know what's going on, but it looks like I am not pushing this." Let her into Storm's breasts, the fiery redhead proclaimed. "I am in fact trying to hold him back." "Woohoo!" the tiny figure exclaimed as he slipped out of Jean's restraints and made a dash for the busty blonde. "Boobies. And no one's wearing a bra. The one thing I love about you Americans is that your average cup size is much larger than what normal Japanese girls have." Despite the fact that a missed shot would damage a multi-million-dollar machine, Carol pulled her gun out in a futile attempt to fend off the little pervert. Slipping under her guard, Jacozai groped her before quickly retreating. "Who are you and what the hell are you doing here?" Carol demanded as she trained her gun on Jacozai's. "Oh, put that thing away," he insisted as he pulled the gun out of some hidden stash. Checking to see that the safety was on, he tossed it back to the blonde. The fact that he had stolen her gun and substituted it for a water gun surprised the three superheroes and the acting director. The only person that gun will work on is her, or him. Everyone turned to Rogue, then back at the tiny figure. "You're the new Sorcerer Supreme?" Jean asked, clearly skeptical that the pervert had somehow attained such a respected position and title. "You could say that," he smirked. "I'm going to love working with you." The perverted glint in his eyes sent chills down the women's backs. Even Rogue, who was in a man's body, trembled at the prospect of what a magical pervert could do. "The name's Hako's Eyes," he said, extending his hand. Seeing that no one was willing to accept his offered hand, he sighed. "So lovely, yet so cold," he grumbled, feigning tears in an attempt to win the women over. "What are you doing here?" Carol asked again as she put her gun back into its holster while holding onto the water gun. "You were looking for me, right?" he answered as he looked at the lovely redhead. "And you're looking for a busty little redhead too, right?" The four women exchanged a quick, knowing look between themselves. "Well, I decided to come say that while he did attack you, He was not completely in himself, the ancient master stated. Him? Rogue asked. He, like you, is gender cursed, the sorcerer explained. Cold water turns him into a girl, and hot water turns him back into a boy. If you don't mind, he turned to the acting director, it's full of cold water. Regular tap water. Feeling the need to shoot something, Carol quickly sprayed Rogue with the water gun, instantly triggering the transformation and returning Rogue to her natural form/body. That's cold, the young mutant exclaimed. Hearing her own high-pitched voice, Rogue smiled as she wiped the water away from her eyes. Only the feel of two tiny hands groping her exposed breasts, the outfit she'd worn as a guy was definitely not sweet for her as a woman, killed the joy of having her original body back. Rogue, Storm managed to mutter through her fat lip. Despite being much more powerful, Storm wasn't as durable as Rogue, and the beating she'd taken from the redhead the previous evening/night still showed. He's actually touching you. Get off me, you little freak. An enraged Rogue exclaimed as she tried to pry the magic user from her breasts. You're no fun, a dejected Apozai stated as he deftly avoided her strikes. Pulling away, he held up the glowing fragment he'd extracted from her. I wasn't actually touching you, just pulling this out of you. I had to find just where it buried itself inside of you. What is it? The blonde asked as she had the tiny fragment. It's a shard of the gem of Crederick, the mystic explained. A powerful demon once tried to invade this realm, but the Sorcerer Supreme at the time managed to stop him. Still, the demon, Crederick, managed to create the gem of Crederick. The magical item imbues the possessor with great strength and makes them virtually unstoppable. But Kane's dead, Rogue stated. Yes, because the person who killed him had the Mirasama and also happened to contain some of the magic of the Sorcerer Supreme who had stopped Crederick, a mad magician from ancient China known only as Juzenkyo. There's actually a hidden valley named after her. Juzenkyo. Why does that sound familiar? Rogue asked. You've gained some of Ranma's memories, but because of the magical backlash the memories were blocked. Standing tall, the tiny figure looked down at the wet girl. Then again, it might be because his own memories were tampered with by a telepath. Marvel Girl nodded. It did seem like his memories were adjusted or tweaked. But who is capable of doing that? Carol asked. Just because you have the most powerful telepath in the world doesn't mean that you have the only telepath, Apozai declared sagely. Asking the boy who messed with him would be pointless as he himself doesn't know who they are or what they did to him. Even I don't know for sure who they are, only that they dabble with the mystic arts. But we should be able to find him, Carol stated. She just couldn't bring herself to trust the little man, especially after he had groped her. Good luck, Apozai smirked as he began to fade out of existence. He's not a superhero. He's a martial artist. The women watched as the tiny figure vanished. Jean, what did you get out of Spider-Man's ex? I didn't think that there was much at first, but it seems that our little guest confirmed her suspicions, the redhead replied. She happened to find a Japanese student's blog about her time in Mirima, where our martial artist is from. Magical stuff like that is beyond anything we are used to dealing with. So what do we do about the martial artist? Storm asked as she unconsciously brushed her bruised face. I'll have Cap check him out. It seems that of all of you he seemed to respect Captain America the most, Acting Director Danvers said, stating the obvious. Can I at least change first? Rogue asked as she brushed the wet hair away from her eyes. Asterisk 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 after only a week at his new school, Ranma had to admit, he really did hate school. At least in Japan high school was optional, but here it was supposed to be required. No wonder the kids here were so rowdy and had such little regard for their teachers. Never one to drag his feet, Ranma took his seat next to Kitty. Though the mutant appeared a bit stiff, she didn't seem to be injured. That was good. Though he felt guilty about killing the other mutants, Ranma really couldn't bring himself to apologize for himself as he really wasn't, well, himself when that had occurred. He'd make it up to the dead by taking it out on whoever had manipulated him, but not until then. Now it would just be wasted breath and create unnecessary tension. Besides, he'd pummeled Ryoga, Goose, and the others plenty of times and never needed to apologize for it. What you do? Kitty suddenly said, breaking him out of his thoughts. Huh? What you do to Mary Jane? The brunette asked again. You guys seemed to be hitting it off over the weekend and suddenly she's all pissed at you. Huh? The clueless boy replied as he glanced at the redhead, seeing her quickly turn away from him. God, you boys are so clueless. The morning bell saved him from further inquiries. Not that Ranma really knew what was going on with him and the redhead. Never one to really think about his relationships. He simply sat in his desk and let the morning fly by. What the hell did you do to MJ? Gwen asked him as she and Peter sat across from him in art class. Ranma blinked. You know, I really don't know. Why? Well, she's been staring daggers at you all morning, the blonde stated. The big-tailed boy shrugged. What happened last night? Peter asked. Though he really didn't want to talk about what happened to him last night, the young superhero knew that something had happened the previous evening that had obviously changed the way MJ and Ranma, well, the way MJ was acting towards Ranma at least. What happened to you last night? Ranma repeated as he indicated the shiner that Peter had picked up. Yes, he knew what had happened, but he wouldn't own up to being the one that had punched the lights out of Spider-Man, especially not when everyone loved Spider-Man. He was playing around and tripped, Gwen hastily answered. You sure about that? The big-tailed boy asked as he looked at Gwen's hands. Not spousal abuse or anything? No. I'd never hurt Peter. Maybe he likes getting hurt, Con added as he inserted himself into the conversation. I never knew you liked it rough, Pete, but that does explain a lot. The young superhero blushed despite his best efforts. Hey, did you hear? The large boy added, quickly shifting the direction of the conversation. Mr. Sontag's homeroom got a new transfer student. She's from Japan just like you. Ranma shrugged. There were lots of people from Japan who survived the tsunami and moved to the States, Mary Jane added as she ate her food. Only Ranma seemed to miss the distinct chill in her tone. I heard she's a real hottie, the towering Kong stated. Not that she's got anything on you, kitty, he added so as not to offend the brunette. So what Ranma do to piss you off so much? The brunette asked even though she wasn't on the best of terms with the redhead. This wouldn't have anything to do with you sneaking into my apartment and finding me in the shower, would it? The big-tailed martial artist asked as he tried to recall the previous evening. The slight blush on Mary Jane's face told everyone the answer. Oh, so it's because Asian guys are, down there, Kong joked, only to have a hot French fry thrown at him. Who the hell was that girl in the shower with you? The redhead hissed. You were in the shower with a girl, Peter and Kong exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone sitting around the group. It's nothing, Ranma replied with a shrug. Just trying to conserve water. Everyone around him blinked. Coming from an island nation that doesn't have a lot of water, we tend to shower and bath together, he stated. Though technically true, his specific case was a lie. Then again, they didn't need to know that. Besides, media's not that much to look at. I've seen better. The other boys fell out of their seats, a considerable feat considering that they were sitting on a bench. I mean, Mary Jane's got a better figure, but she's not as athletic as Media, the big-tailed boy explained, digging himself ever deeper with his foot-and-mouth syndrome. Kitty's cuter, but she's kind of sulky and her emotional roller coaster is more than I care to deal with. Gwen's more fun and outgoing, but Media's adventurous. So do you like her or not? Kong asked as he stood up and looked down at the smaller boys. She's okay, I guess, the martial artist shrugged. Where's she go to school? Peter asked as he steadied himself against the table. Again Ranma shrugged. He really didn't want to go through the whole song and dance, especially since it was all based on the fact that he took her from the Shield Heli carrier. That would be one lie that he couldn't cover up without a good cover story, one that he'd have to go over with Media. This would be harder than fooling Ryoga, much harder. Asterisk 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 in his 300 plus years of life Rapo's eyes had learned more than a few tricks. While most were martial arts related, some were magical in nature. Having faced a number of minor demons, the ancient master knew that he really couldn't hold back a major demonic invasion. Not like his predecessors at least. No, his magical and arcane knowledge was very limited, but given the situation he was the best option. While much of the coastal cities had been devastated by tsunamis and some of the inland countries and cities had been leveled by earthquakes, this little valley had endured, in part because of the magical energies that protected it as well as the people who had resided in and around. The valley that had minimized the damage. This job is much more than I can handle, he grumbled. If I'm really going to do this, I need all the help I can get. The young man before him simply held his arms across his chest. I'm willing to change your name to whatever you want it to be, the tiny figure stated as he slowly levitated down to the ground. But in exchange I need your assistance. The young man smirked as though he'd won a major victory. Then again, considering all he'd tried to do to get the old man to change his name before had been pretty extreme and violent. Fine. Taco's eye smiled. He knew that the boy would do anything to have his name changed, even fight demons and whatnot. First, I need another assistant, he stated. This would be a long night with much to do still. Asterisk 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 Mia was bored. Having spent much of her life locked up, the young mutant hunter was itching to get out and explore the world. But something was holding her back. Something was keeping her in New York. True, the grand city has bustling with activity, but she just couldn't feel completely comfortable around so many people, not with her mind subconsciously reaching out and scanning everyone within her line of sight and filling her mind with their surface thoughts and emotions. It had been one thing when she'd had the task of bringing Ranma home at night when there were fewer people around and she could focus on a task, but just wandering around was so much harder. Somehow she'd gotten lost after just a few blocks as she allowed other people's thoughts to guide her down some side street and into a random clothing store. Emerging from the store with clothes that actually fit her, though she was heavily influenced by the saleswomen, she returned to the streets, carrying her new burden all the while feeling the need to find something good to eat. Having had her fill of instant ramen, she simply sniffed the air and followed the scent of the cooking food to a street vendor and ordered some food. It didn't bother her that she was being followed. Several minds were following her hoping for some food, and with Ranma's seemingly endless supply of money, the large stipend he'd been given to establish himself in America by the hand, Mia thought nothing of buying several more hot dogs and setting the bag down on a step so that her followers could at least get some food. A half-block later though, a new set of minds pursued her, though this group wasn't looking for just food. No, these predatory followers wanted something else, and their sometimes graphic thoughts were vivid with violence and sexual desire. Reading deeper into their minds, she saw a brief history of their crimes. Leading the group down a vacant street, she waited for them to make their move. "Hey honey," the foremost of the group, a tall punk that had dubbed himself Spike, said as he approached her, "looks like you're lost. If you want," one of the punks behind Spike said with a leer, "we can show you back to your place, or maybe to ours." Setting her bag of clothes down on the curb, Mia removed her denim jacket, revealing the tight V-neck t-shirt that clung to her lithe body. The sounds of several appreciative whistles and hoots from the other members of the gang greeted her as she carefully placed her new jacket on top of her bag. She had just bought the only jacket that fit her perfectly. There really wasn't a point in her having to replace it so soon after all. Sauntering over to Spike, she smiled a predatory smile. "Looks like she's chosen the easy way, boys. Spike exclaimed as he turned to look at the gang behind him. The vicious need of the Gwen quickly and efficiently told them otherwise as Media doubled the tall boy over. Grabbing hold of his spiky hair, she slammed his head into the ground, heedless of her super strength. Despite her superhuman reflexes and strength, Media was at a disadvantage. Her years of being restrained to the wall had made her powerful muscles weak, slowing her reflexes and reducing the power of her blows, though it was more than enough to deal with this gang of punks. Reading their thoughts, she narrowly avoided the punch that the closest punk threw at her. A weak telekinetic shield tripped up another assailant, allowing her to kick him in the temple. Having spent so much of her time with Ranma, she'd learned to read his moves. Unfortunately, her body wasn't used to the strange movements and lacked the muscle memory that the big-tailed boy's body possessed. A powerful front kick to the next punk's face, a staple in Ranma's arsenal of moves, resulted in her pulling her Gwen as she was unused to such a movement. The flare of pain caused her to stumble even as she sent her attacker flying. Realizing her predicament, Media knew she had no other options as the next group of assailants rushed her. The powerful blast of icy energy coated the dozen or so punks with a thick layer of ice. Breathing in to scream, they found their lungs suddenly full of icy cold air, which immediately crystallized the moisture-saturated air in their lungs, filling them with ice. Doubling over as they struggled for air as their lungs were shredded from the inside by the sharp icy crystals, none of the boys could even manage to scream. Seeing that the punks were dealt with, Media used her telepathic powers to levitate so as to appear as though she were walking away, covering up for her pulled Gwen. Yes, she definitely had to start practicing with Ranma in the mornings. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Looking down at the scattered bodies that littered the vacant street, the redhead beauty known as Marvel Girl shook her head. This looks like something Bobby is capable of doing, she said telepathically to her companions. Yeah, they appear to have been frozen, the Weather Witch agreed. The lightning was her favored weapon, freezing winds were full as well. Bobby doesn't live too far from here, Rogue added. But he wouldn't do this, would he? If they attacking mutants he might, Jean replied. Though he knows better. The other women nodded. As X-Men, all of them were trained to use their powers responsibly, but this would clearly be an abuse of his power if he was the one responsible. I think we need to pay him a visit, just in case, Jean sent the others. Besides, we don't know if we can really trust this Ranma kid still. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I don't understand why you don't just reveal yourself, the blonde-haired man stated to his companion. Because if I do that, everyone is going to want my autograph or ask for some money, the other man stated. Outside of my suit everyone knows who I am. Without your mask no one knows who you are. It's not my fault that you revealed yourself to the world, the man that was the symbol of American superheroes mumbled as he tried to ignore the odd looks that people were shooting him. Though he had a powerful body, he knew that most of it was due to the super soldier serum that he'd managed to survive and take advantage of. But even with the serum he knew that he had to work hard to maintain the physical advantage given to him. Despite his relative good looks and confidence, the fact that he appeared to be mumbling to himself drew unwanted attention to him, almost as much attention as wearing his other outfit would have. "Tony, Carol said that our target turns into a guy, right?" He spoke into his communicator. "Yeah, why?" the billionaire superhero replied. "She had a pigtail too, right?" "Yeah," the big-tailed Japanese boy to my 230 across the street, the veteran superhero said, not sure where his teammate was exactly. Scanning the boy, who was looking up at him, Tony Stark recorded the boy as he smiled and flashed AV. "Cap, do you know where I am?" "Roughly, why?" "I think the kid actually sees me." "He flashed you the peace sign?" "Yeah, it's him alright. I just hope he doesn't turn me into a girl," Tony grumbled. "Good thing I'm in a waterproof suit. Still, I'm sure I'd look great as a woman. Asterisk 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 A/then I'll end it there for now. Yes, Capozai is the Sorcerer Supreme. Expect a lot of fun from him, and Taro. Dreaming Fox asterisk chapter 7 asterisk chapter 7 author's notes. Yeah, I don't own Ultimate Marvel, or regular Marvel, or Disney, who owns Marvel. Oh, and of course I don't own Ranma either. Thanks for all the feedback. Yes, I am looking for a beta for this if anyone is interested. I'm not completely up to date on my Ultimate Marvel universe. Hell, I'm not really up on Spiderman, not since the brand new day or whatever it's called Arch started at least, either. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sir, the nameless red-head Hydra agent barked as he stood before the current Madam Hydra. "Ma'am," he corrected as he noted that the green-haired woman hadn't even bothered to look at him. "Yes, using the correct title helped." "Yes," the busty woman replied as she glanced at him out of the corner of her eyes. As the current Madam Hydra, she had many responsibilities. After all, conquering the world was a very demanding job. There were secret recruits to train, secret bases to build, secret weapons to build, and stealing secrets from S.H.I.E.L.D. and AIM, planting spies into every major industry and Fortune 500 business so they could secretly funnel money and resources to the Hydra, and then there was the fact that she had to maintain the glowing green hair and lipstick. Yes, it was very demanding, especially the hair and lipstick. "We've managed to decrypt some of the information we stole from S.H.I.E.L.D., the squad leader stated. "Only some of the information? What was so important that he came to her with only some of the information?" Showing no fear in the face of his terrifying leader, the nameless agent nodded. "We managed to access Nick Fury's case files. It seems that after the failed execution of the Hulk he deployed Wolverine to kill the Hulk. During that time Dr. Betty Ross managed to steal a hybrid version of the super soldier serum and injected herself with it, creating the being called She-Hulk. She apparently matches the Hulk in strength and ferocity, but somehow Fury was able to apprehend her. The file contains the location of the secret base, a base that even the current acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. does not know of. The nameless agent took a deep breath. That had proven to be harder than he'd expected. How is it that the current director doesn't know about this information? The green-haired woman asked. It was encrypted on an external hard drive, the redhead explained. My squad happened to find the archives when we fought our way into the holding cell area where we found Kraven. It also contains Fury's personal notes on Kraven the Hunter, Dr. Octopus, Electro, RHINO, and the design specs for the Spider Slayers he had commissioned to take out Spider-Man. There's more, but we haven't decrypted all of that yet. Madam Hydra nodded. And where is this super-secret base? Taking a calming breath, the Hydra agent formerly known as Shannon flashed to a moment to compose himself as he prepared for the worst. It's right on the edge of the continental shelf of Antarctica. Madam Hydra could sense that he wasn't telling her everything, but decided to let him reconsider his words before he continued. I had our satellites diverted to confirm the existence of the base, he explained. It appears as though AIM has somehow learned of the base and is massing a force to attack it. Eyes glowing with rage, Madam Hydra turned her full attention to the unnamed agent. Divert all our available forces and mobile bases, she ordered. If there was one thing she couldn't stand, it was losing to AIM. There was no way Hydra would lose to a group of self-serving techno-geeks and nerds. Asterisk 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 as a fully and capably trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agent there were few things that Carol Danvers dreaded. Though she had started as just another field agent, her excellent record and outstanding leadership skills and qualities had helped her achieve the position of acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite being more than qualified for the position, she wasn't allowed to take full responsibility of S.H.I.E.L.D., not with Nick Fury still around. While she had the organizational skills to effectively run S.H.I.E.L.D., she apparently wasn't deemed qualified to truly run the Black Ops organization and maintain all of its secrets. That slight was constantly being rubbed into her face by all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that openly referred to her as acting director, as the real director was currently being questioned about his involvement in the ultimatum wave that nearly destroyed the entire world. Standing in front of her desk, the desk that stood between herself and Nick Fury, Carol felt a true sense of dread. She hadn't joined S.H.I.E.L.D. just because it was the best organization. She'd joined because she wanted power. She'd joined because she'd wanted to be the next super soldier, the first female super soldier. Instead, she'd been given a different type of power. Not the level of the world or even the destroyer-building type of power that the superheroes had, but the kind that actually got things done. But working with the Ultimates as the acting director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been humbling. True, S.H.I.E.L.D. got things done, and they were the ones who were held accountable for the titanic fights that leveled half of New York or destroyed a base, but it was the super-powered heroes that got all the glory. They were the ones that the news loved. Then again, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a Black Ops organization. It seems that you've made a mess of things while I've been gone, Nick stated as he looked over the damage reports from the recent attack on the helicarrier. Sir, with all due respect, no one expected Hydra to have amassed so much powerful tech, the blonde stated in her defense. Did you really think that leaving Latveria unguarded for a month would deter some shadow organization like Hydra or AIM from raiding the ruins of Dr. Doom's nation of his technology? Did you not see what AIM did to the Baxter building a few weeks after the ultimatum waves hit New York? What made you think that it was a good idea to leave Latveria unguarded? What made you think that you could leave such dangerous technology around for just anyone to take? Sir, we were swamped with rescue and recovery jobs, Carol answered. We are a Black Ops organization, Nick said, truly living up to his family name as he seemed to radiate righteous fury. We don't handle rescue and recovery unless it's one of our people, and even then only when they have valuable information or when we're trying to recover dangerous technology. We should have been performing rescue and recovery on Latveria. Sir, don't sir me, Agent Danvers, the true director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said as he dressed her down. As of right now I am back in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sir, she said in protest. The President himself signed the order this morning, he stated, slamming the order onto her desk. I've decided to reassign you to the Behemoth. You'll get your own brand new helicarrier to be in charge of. Carol blinked. The Behemoth, that helicarrier was being deployed to patrol Antarctica and the Savage Lands. That was where S.H.I.E.L.D. and Striken officially sent their banished agents. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So what do you think of the new team? Blared into the man's ear as he tried to follow the young pig-tailed youth. What do you mean? He replied. You know what I mean, Cap, the invisible companion asked as he casually hovered over the street. It's been what, 5 months? I thought that team was temporarily disbanded, the blonde man stated. Only until Fury comes back officially. I don't know that I want to be on that team when he does come back, the man known as Captain America stated. I realize that he thinks he's protecting America's interests, but I wish he'd have been more honest about it. Look at what happened with Richards. If he'd been honest with the kid about things, we wouldn't have had that whole invasion from a parallel Earth/dimension. Then there's the whole thing with Spider-Man and the Spider Slayers. Again, the man just doesn't trust us. Not to mention how he reacted when he was led to believe that you finding me had been a big hoax. Well, we all got thrown for a ride that time, Cap, Iron Man stated. Both men continued down the block in silence. You still hold him responsible for Thor and Valkyrie's deaths, don't you? Tony finally asked. The man's been manipulating us, Captain America stated. I don't know that I can trust him or his new team. That still doesn't answer my original question. I don't like them. They're powerful, but they're just a bunch of Fury's lapdogs. They do whatever he tells them to do whenever he tells them. That fake Spider-Man is a certified psycho. The Wasp still hasn't had time to adapt to her cybernetic body, the Black Widow is trouble, and the cloned Hulk is just unnerving. Only Jim seems okay, just a supped up version of you. Hey, Tony replied at the jab. I'll have you know that the original is 10 times better. That's it exactly, Captain said with a wiry sigh. The original is 10 times better. We may have had our issues when we were first formed, but we came together as a team. Our individual personalities gelled to make our teamwork solid. This new team lacks our fluidity and cohesiveness. Give them time. We'll get those guys up to speed quickly, Iron Man pleaded. It looks like our kid is leading us away from prying eyes, Cap said, ending the current conversation. Let me go in first and talk with him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do you think of the new team? Colonel Fury asked as he looked over the dossiers of the new roster for the Ultimates. Honestly, other than War Machine, the rest of the group are a bit psycho, the criminal now known as Hawkeye stated. That clone of Spider-Man is definitely crazy. The Wasp has issues with her new body. The Black Widow reminds me too much of her predecessor. And the cloned Hulk with Banner's mind just makes me feel edgy every he looks at me. I think that you're trying too hard to recreate the previous team while still trying to integrate the remains of that team, the sharpshooter rationalized. With the Hulk clone you've got a genius to replace Banner or Pym, plus the muscle of the Hulk without any of the side effects. You've got War Machine replacing Iron Man, Janet to replace herself, and the fake Black Widow to fill that role. The only thing is the Spider-Man clone, which is just creepy. With me, Cap, and Janet round, we'll be able to shape this team up, but it's not going to be an easy road. The bald-headed man nodded. Thanks for the honest assessment. Now, tell me about the incident with that girl. Clint Barton wasn't surprised at the sudden shift between topics, especially given that it was Nick Fury that he was talking to. The man was always business, all the time. Plus quickly shifting topics was the best way for him to see just what one really thought about a subject that they weren't prepared to discuss. I've only seen Cap lose a fight a few times, Hawkeye stated. That's usually when there are plenty of capes around beating on him, and even then he usually comes out on top. Spider-Man's not in his league, but he can hang with Cap. But the two of them were getting tossed around like rag dolls. Between the two of them I'd say they only got 2, maybe 3 good shots in on him. And she's normal. If normal includes throwing Colossus through a wall, running up a wall and knocking out Storm, shooting balls of blue energy from her hand, and creating a tornado are normal, yes. So sending Cap and Iron Man alone to apprehend this kid, Clint blinked. They're going to apprehend this girl? I thought they were just questioning her. The look in Fury's eyes told him everything. Normally I'd insist that she be questioned by a telepath just to make sure that she's not lying to us, the dark-skinned military man stated. But I think that our redhead friend purposely infiltrated us just to get her hands on Dr. Doom's mimic. Pressing a button to reveal a small monitor, Colonel Fury directed the superhero to watch as several different images of a topless redhead and a nearly naked raven-haired girl pass several people. "Clearly she's not as normal as you think," he stated. "You say that she was able to hold her own against all of you, yet she eventually succumbed to Rogue's touch. Oh, that mysterious explosion knocked both of them out. Then once she was here, the helicarrier was assaulted by a Hydra. The security footage from this bank shows that our girl clearly wasn't with Hydra, but she was with the Mimic. The girl played you and Carol for fools. By acting weak, she was put into a regular cell. No ordinary girl would be able to shatter titanium like that, or break vibranium-laced shackles," Fury explained. "You think the girl purposely held back just so she'd get caught, and get put into a less fortified cell," Clint rationalized, "and that her true purpose was to free Mimic? You know I don't believe in coincidence," Fury said calmly as he looked at the masked hero. "After the incident with the Liberators, I'm not taking any chances. I think that if we find the redhead, we get the Mimic back. I'll mobilize the team and have them converge on Iron Man's signal. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. There were few things about the big cities that Ranma hated. The first was the sheer number of people that were around that made it that much harder to have a decent fight. The second was the fact that all the tall buildings made it that much harder to rooftop, thus forcing him to take what were to him long detours, especially since city blocks were much wider and longer. The third reason was actually related to the first, as there were so many people around it was hard for Ranma to actually pinpoint who was spying on him. Sure, there was the old blonde guy, and then there was that hidden one, probably Iron Man, judging from the way the air flowed around the streets. Though Ranma didn't recall much of the fight, he rarely did unless fights involved new attacks, and in terms of skill, well, that fight had been less than memorable. It also didn't help that he had also fighting under false pretenses and was working under the influence of alter memories, if Rapo's eye was to be believed at least. Reflecting on his interactions with Kitty, it did appear that he didn't feel the deep resentment that he'd previously had the week before. Though he strongly disliked Kuno, he'd often put up with the arrogant Kendoka because the guy could fight, yet with Kitty, who really wasn't skilled, he hadn't even respected the fact that she had been put into many dangerous situations and fought with everything she had. That was commendable and deserved at least his grudging respect. Yet looking back on how he'd felt and viewed the young mutant, he honestly could say that he didn't. Not until Rapo's eyes had knocked him out at least. Now there was some grudging respect, though not much. Captain America he respected. Spider-Man he respected, but he'd been willing to beat them up, even kill, just to try and kill the remains of the X-Men. But what was it about them that he respected? Well, Captain America was easy. The man was an accomplished fighter, even though he'd had to have a power-up to make him one. Unlike others who simply took a power-up in hopes of beating up the young martial artist, Captain America had volunteered to participate for the betterment of his country as he and others fought for their country during a time of war. Spider-Man was an enigma as he had somehow acquired his powers accidentally, yet had chosen to do something with his powers. Like Ranma, Peter was using his skills to protect and serve society, though not necessarily following the letter of the law. Then again, Ranma really didn't either. Both young men were unorthodox in their methods, though Peter seemed to rely too much on sheer luck rather than skill. Spider-Woman, whoever she was more a hybrid of Ranma and Peter in that she not only had Spider-Man's powers and ability, but she had some serious training. True, it wasn't as extensive as Ranma's training, but it was something. She wasn't as easily baited as Peter was, which made her more of a threat than her male counterpart. With each step Ranma contemplated the previous night's fight, assessing his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. It was very different now that he'd actually fought them. Powers and abilities were like different styles and techniques. It all depended on how you used them. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were prime examples of that, as they had the same powers but used them differently because the latter had actual technique combined with style while the former just had style and little technique. Mindful of where he was going, Ranma led the two superheroes away from the crowds and towards a neighborhood that was in desperate need of repair. The pain of her pulled groin slowly lessened with each step, a direct result of her superhuman metabolism. Not needing to use her telepathy to support herself any longer, Mia stood tall and allowed herself to put her full weight on her formerly injured leg. Despite her regeneration, there was something that the young girl needed to complete her healing. Even though the young girl did not realize what she needed, her body did. The grumbling of her stomach prompted her to make another stop, this time to satisfy the need that a box full of instant ramen couldn't fill. With her money already spent on clothes, and having promised not to use her powers to coerce others to give her food, Mia found herself stuck. What would Ranma do? A flashing memory filled her mind as she thought of the busty redhead-turned-pig-tailed boy. Yes, she knew what she had to do to get some free food. There was a time when the young man known as Bobby Drake once enjoyed life. Discovering that he was a mutant had initially been hard for himself and his family, but Charles Xavier had changed how he saw his curse. Being an X-Man had provided him with some of the greatest and worst experiences in his short life. But it was Xavier's death, his real death at the hands of Magneto, and as a result of the ultimatum laid at the young mutant's life had taken a turn for the worst. With all the mutants now being forced to register and all the adult mutants being conscripted into S.H.I.E.L.D., not to mention how much worse the public hated anyone labeled as a mutant, and things were much worse than anything Bobby had previously experienced. He knew that his parents hated mutants, but to have his mother kick him out when she did, well, that made everything worse. At least he'd managed to find sanctuary with the Parkers. But apparently that just couldn't make up for all the other crap that was in his life. "Do you honestly think that I killed that gang of punks?" he exclaimed as he stared at his former teammates. "We're not saying that at all," Storm said as she put her hands up to try and calm Weissman. Even with her bruises and bumps, the weather-manipulating mutant was able to come off as being extremely noble and regal. "We just stopped by to make sure that you and Kitty were alright, especially since the girl that attacked Liz managed to escape." "What?" Peter exclaimed as he found himself standing up at the news. "We're not sure that she's actually an enemy," Jean quickly said. The new Sorcerer Supreme spoke up on her behalf and insists that she was being manipulated. "I sensed it myself, but I couldn't get a good bearing on just what was done to her because she had some sort of telepathic defenses set up. So why are we all here?" Gwen asked as she and Mary Jane watched the super-powered heroes discuss their current situation. "Because your friend Ranma is that redhead girl," Rogue explained. "I saw his memories but they're confusing because half the time he's a she." "That explains why I saw him at his apartment," Mary Jane shouted as she put the clues together. "So who was the girl that you found with Ranma?" Gwen asked as she joined the conversation. "What girl?" Storm asked. The uneasy feeling in the pit of Ranma's stomach seemed to grow. A more informed person would have thought that something bad was about to happen. Unfortunately, Ranma wasn't a more informed person. Having had several bouts of severe food poisoning thanks to Akan, the boy with a nearly cast-iron stomach simply, and in this case, incorrectly assumed that he was just hungry. If not for the errand adjustments to his memory, Ranma would have just settled down for several bowls of bad stir-fried udon from Noodles and Company. As it was, Ranma instead purchased some hot dogs from a corner vendor, eating his treat as he led the superheroes further away from where he lived and from the crowded streets. With his food finished, the big-tailed boy led them into an abandoned warehouse/factory. Having spent so much time under the tutelage of Charles Xavier, Jean Grey had proven herself as an accomplished telepath. And following the death of Professor Xavier and Emma Frost, the telepath known as Marvel Girl often felt hard-pressed to try and live up to the standard that they had set. But their faith in her, as well as the faith that the cult that believed she was the Phoenix, was rewarded as the telepathic mutant detected an odd energy signature without the aid of Cerebro or Cerebra. "I've picked up something odd," she stated. "I think it's our killer." The other super-powered heroes nodded. "I guess this little shindig paid off then," Peter stated as he pulled his shirt off, revealing the hidden costume beneath. "I'm calling in Colossus," Storm stated. "I hope that it doesn't come down to a fight, but we need to be prepared for the worst. Just look at what happened yesterday." Long shadows filled the vacant lot as Ranma prepared to face his two pursuers. Though they clearly were trying to be discreet about tailing him, they just weren't doing enough to avoid being noticed by the keen-eyed martial artist. With nothing between himself and the unmasked superhero, Ranma turned to face his persistent tail. "Yo," he said with a wave even as he slipped into a casual defensive stance. "You must be Captain America. And you must be Ranma," the blonde returned. "Last time I saw you, you were a girl." The big-tailed boy shrugged. It wasn't as if he hadn't told plenty of people back in Mirima. "Still, magical curse," he stated. "So, what are the two of you doing here?" "We've got a few questions for you," Iron Man replied as he decloaked and revealed himself. "It sucks being a girl," the martial artist stated. "Girls got cramps, their period and all that wacky hormone stuff." The blonde blinked. "That was unexpected. But with that body I can get free food just from flirting with clerks and whatnot," the big-tailed boy added. Before either superhero could even think this is more than I want to know, their conversation was interrupted as the rest of the new Ultimates appeared. "Ranma showed him. You're under arrest," War Machine declared. "Seriously?" the astonished youth asked as he turned from Captain America to War Machine. "Just the three of you against me? That's so unfair." "Who said it was just them?" a familiar voice asked. "You might have handed the other Spider-Man his ass, but I'm not him." "What do you do? Trade customs with Spider-Woman?" Ranma teased the Spider-Man in black and white. "Bastard!" Just as expected, the excitable kid rushed in, shooting a line of webbing onto a nearby crane. He swung at Ranma. Landing several meters away from the martial artist, he leapt at the big-tailed boy, only to be greeted with a kick to the face that sent him flying. "Wow, you suck worse than the original," Ranma smirked. "What are you doing here?" the unmasked Captain America asked as he rushed towards War Machine. "Fury wants him for questioning," the gray and silver armored fighter stated. "Fury's back!" the blonde man exclaimed. Ranma nimbly dodged several shots. He really wasn't prepared for this fight, but hell, half of the fights that happened in Mirima he never prepared for, and these guys had nothing on the wrecking crew. Captain America was clearly the best fighter of the group, but still no match for Ranma. Iron Man and War Machine provided muscle but were much too slow to do any damage other than perhaps from their weapons. Hawkeye and the Black Widow were just ranged fighters, and between them they couldn't get a good shot on Ranma. And then there was the bad Spider-Man clone. Even with training, the Spider people weren't enough as they were to beat him. They weren't as fast, though they were stronger, but the two boys telegraphed their attacks, making defeating them with counters so much easier than anyone expected. "Hulk smash!" a shadowy figure shouted as it descended from above. "Oh crap!" Jumping into the air, Ranma not only avoided the powerful, towering figure as it landed roughly where he'd just been standing, but he also avoided the aftershocks of the Hulk's landing. Dancing through the air as he avoided the various shots and blasts from the two armored fighters and from Hawkeye, the big-tailed boy couldn't help but notice that the big green monster before him really wasn't the embodiment of rage that he'd heard. Though he was powerful, the Hulk didn't radiate rage and anger as one would expect. Kicking off of a falling car, Ranma bounced over another volley of blasts before a gentle buzzing alerted the young martial artist to the presence of the last of the ultimates. Having swatted down an entire hive of angry bees, Ranma easily dispatched the wasp with a light slap that sent the cybernetic mutant flying unexpectedly into a quickly approaching Spider-Man. Distracted by the sudden impact from the wasp crashing into him, the fake Spider-Man hesitated, giving Ranma an even larger opening to land a quick yet punishing punch to the throat. The sudden jolt of pain was enough to force the black sweet Spider-Man to freeze as he clutched at his throat and fought for breath. Grabbing the boy's shirt, Ranma forcefully threw the imitation into the Black Widow, sending the pair sprawling into a scrapped car. Reflexively, Ranma jumped back, avoiding the car that was thrown at him by the Hulk. Unwilling to simply let the Ultimates take pot shots at him, Ranma rushed between Captain America and the Hulk, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. "You're not the real Hulk, are you?" he asked as he ducked under a mighty overhead right that would have crushed his skull. Jabbing his finger into the Hulk's eyes, Ranma temporarily blinded the Titan. Yes, powerful blows weren't going to be effective against the creature's thick skin. It was a lot like fighting Ryoga, actually powerful but slow, yet capable of taking a world of punishment. Ducking under a quick high kick, Ranma swept the legs out from underneath Captain America, then unleashed a vicious short-ranged vacuum blade at the Hulk's chest. The deep cut gushed green blood, startling both recipient and deliverer. "Holy shit!" the fake Hulk exclaimed. "You really are a fake, aren't you?" Ranma asked as he slipped behind the Hulk and used the big beast as a shield as Iron Man and War Machine unloaded several blasts at Ranma. Here I was all geeked up at getting to test myself against the Hulk, and they send me an imposter. He deadpanned as he jumped up and slammed his palms against the green ears of his opponent. The skillfully delivered blow managed to throw the big man off balance, not enough to actually rupture the eardrums. "But at least you're as strong and stupid as the real Hulk," Ranma taunted, speaking loud enough that the fake Hulk could get a rough idea of just where he was. Slipping under the punch, Ranma danced around his opponent even as Captain America, now with his mask, rejoined the fray. Smirking, Ranma jumped up to avoid a sweep from the American hero. The following uppercut from a still unbalanced fake Hulk nearly caught Ranma. Had he not been waiting for such a shot, Ranma might have just allowed the blow to whiz by like normal, but instead he landed on the mighty fist, using the force behind the punch to launch him into the air right at War Machine. Tackling the startled armored warrior in the air, he expertly shifted the large cannon on his opponent's shoulder so that it discharged its full complement of missiles at Iron Man. It wasn't that he was expecting to hit the red and gold figure with said missiles. No, Ranma's intentions were much different. Watching as Iron Man expertly shot down 3 missiles then dodged the last 2, Ranma smiled as the missiles hit his intended target, the large vat of dirty used oil. The resulting explosion knocked Hawkeye off his feet while also filling the air with thick, dark smoke and heat. Plenty of heat. The heat was a bonus, but the smoke had been the primary objective of the attack. Though Iron Man and War Machine were fully capable of playing supporting roles in this fight, Ranma couldn't help but think that given the numbers against him, the armored hero was probably recording the fight, possibly even broadcasting it. The smoke would hamper such recordings, thus making it harder for the heroes to record his moves and come up with a game plan against him. Ripping off the cannon on War Machine's other shoulder, Ranma threw it at Iron Man before kicking off of the grey and silver figure before kicking off of him and landing squarely on the Hulk's head. A quick 2 steps to the head in an attempt to enrage the brute failed, though Ranma did manage to easily dodge the wild swipes that were meant to dislodge him. Landing behind the fake Hulk, Ranma pulled down the huge pants. "Where the hell do you get these?" he asked as the Hulk clone tripped over the pants that were now around his ankles. "They're super flexible and durable. I need to get me some clothes made of this stuff." "Would you shut up?" the clone roared. "Yep, definitely not the Hulk," Ranma reiterated as he parried a strike from Captain America. "But you're not as stupid as the real Hulk." "Still, I really wanted to fight the real Hulk." Suddenly a red light illuminated the smoky junkyard as a powerful beam of red energy collided with the Hulk clone as he tried to pull up his pants, knocking him off his feet and sending a recovering Black Widow and Spider clone scrambling. "Is the dance card full?" Mia smirked as she blasted the Bulker War Machine with another optic blast. "Or do I have to make room on it first?" Asterisk 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 A/N-word Hulk. Yeah, Banner's brain inside of the Hulk's body. Not sure what the hell they were thinking when they did that, because Banner is kind of weak-willed. I can only see bad things happening as a result. Not sure about what really happened to Janet aka the Wasp, but there is a new Wasp. Not sure if it's a cyborg or not, but I'm going with my own storyline. Please read and review. Dreaming Fox ** Chapter 8 ** Chapter 8 Author's Notes. While Ranma isn't as strong as any of the superheroes, his hand and foot speed is fast enough to block / parry and counter up close. But when fighting as they were in the previous chapters where you have a team against an individual, the rules are different. Cap knows he has backup, so he's willing to take more risks, especially since he believes that Ranma can't actually hurt him. The few blows Ranma has landed didn't actually hurt Cap, just disarm him or imbalance him. Straight up against Spider-Man, Ranma has the edge because Spidey doesn't have any style, especially 1616 version of Spidey. He's reckless and rushes in without always thinking things through. He's faster than the Hulk and is tough enough to endure after a long fight, but in a straight fight with Ranma where he can't provoke his opponent who is at least on his level or better, he loses. Oh, and the Ultimate Spider-Man doesn't have 616 single quote spider sense, so he can't sense danger or predict attacks. As for Iron Man, Ranma never hits Iron Man with his fists. He just throws things or uses other things against Iron Man because he knows he isn't tough enough to hit him barehanded and win. But Iron Man isn't a fighter. He's a slugger and shooter. Later versions of Iron Man are faster and can hold their own against a fighter like Captain America. See Civil War, where he schools Cap because the armor is programmed and it has downloaded all of Cap's moves, but this is 1616 Iron Man, and he hasn't seen enough of Ranma's fighting style to plan for Ranma. In a spur-of-the-moment fight like these last two, it's a draw as neither can really hurt/hit the other. War Machine is just a beefed-up version with more firepower. Now, Ranma against Hulkbuster Iron Man. Well, read below. Oh, and Ranma doesn't know the breaking point, so he can't use that against them either. Now, Ranma against the real Hulk or Thor is a non-issue because both of them are tougher than anything Ranma's gone against, and even though they wouldn't be able to hit him at the beginning, they could employ other tactics against Ranma, area damage effects, and wear Ranma down. Heck, the same would be true of Colossus in his metal body or heavy-hitting Iron Man Hulkbuster. But against Bruce Banner in the Hulk's body, Ranma has the advantage as a fighter. Banner's not a fighter, he's a thinker. The real Hulk is smart but fights instinctually, and when push comes to shove, he overpowers. Nerd Hulk, as he's been dubbed, isn't a natural at fighting like the real Hulk. Island ************* things were never the way they appeared. Zarda knew that fact well. She was in fact a prime example of that little saying. As the last survivor of an alien force sent to colonize and conquer the Earth, she knew that she was different, yet to the casual observer she appeared to be nothing more than an extraordinary beauty with the utmost confidence in herself. But it wasn't always that way. Back in her original world, the one dubbed Supreme Earth, or Earth 31916, she was feared and respected. But living in this Earth, also known as Ultimate Earth, or Earth 1616, she was merely another pretty face. Having promised Captain America that she would try to learn from the civilian populace and society in general, the woman known as Power Princess had decided to travel the world to discover the other supposed joys of life as she waited to return to her original world. She knew why the respected hero had asked her to do that, but she couldn't help enjoy testing herself in battle and reveling in the destruction that she wrought her opponents. Yes, it was her bloodthirsty ways that the former leader of the Ultimates sought to curb. Though she admired his courage, she couldn't help but think that his restraint would ultimately come back to bite him in the ass. Still, she was the princess of power. There was no one or thing in this world that she feared. Even the mighty Thor and Incredible Hulk had proven to be no match for her, and Magneto had been little more than an afterthought. Watching the live footage of the fight between the current roster of the Ultimates against the boy known only as Ranma, the raven-haired beauty couldn't help but wonder if the boy would be a challenge to her. Not only had he managed to hold his own against some of this Earth's mightiest heroes, but he appeared to be winning. He'd nearly beaten the heroes before, and this sudden rematch did seem to be going his way despite the apparent lack of any superpowers. With the feed suddenly going blank, the bald-headed man turned to her. While Fury had played a role in the ultimate killing and attack on the America for a world, the man had served his time and ultimately been pardoned by the new president. His return to his native world had been greeted with skepticism and concern from the superpowered heroes, but was greeted with open and accepting arms from the rest of the world. Even without powers, the man was feared by some in the superhero community for his brilliance and ruthlessness. Not only had the man helped to create several superheroes, but he had managed to convince others to fight under one flag and banner, creating a truly fearsome team of heroes that most supervillains feared. The fact that he had created a contingency plan for each of the superheroes should they ever go rogue though was what made him appear as untrustworthy, but in Zarda's eyes it was something to be admired and respected. "I want the kid brought back alive," the Colonel stated. Zarda smiled. Yes, she could do that. If the boy was capable of going toe-to-toe with the Hulk, even a fake Hulk, he was definitely someone to watch out for. Asterisk 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 deal. Takozai grinned as he stood before the magical pool of water. "It is acceptable," the demonic whose image appeared on the surface of the water agreed. After centuries of having to deal with demonic beings and angry spirits, Takozai felt that he had a good understanding of how to handle them. Unlike previous Sorcerer Supremes who simply battled with the demonic forces, the newest Sorcerer Supreme had taken a drastically different course. Then again, unlike his predecessors, Takozai understood that he wasn't on par with any of those legendary magic users. For him, striking a deal with the major demons that wished to enter the mortal world was the safer route, especially since he really didn't have the power and knowledge to stop any major demon from trying to force his way into said realm/world. The thin shards from the gem of Crederick glowed with a more intense light. Slowly the shards touched, and then grew as the demonic energies restored the destroyed gem. Taking the gem but being careful not to touch it, Takozai turned to his assistant. "By taking this accept the name Tarutaro," he stated as he held the gem out to the youth before him. Taro grinned. Not only was he allowed to be renamed, but he was also gaining a power-up. Yes, he could live with that, even if he had to serve Takozai and assist in the defense of the world from supernatural forces. Reaching out, he took the gem into his hands. The sudden flare of magical energies nearly blinded the two men. Blinking as his eyes readjusted to the darkness, Takozai looked at the now transformed Tarutaro. "Did I forget something?" Asterisk 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 over there. Rogue exclaimed as she wandered towards the columns of smoke in the distance. "I think we can figure that out for ourselves," Spider-Man quipped as he shot some webbing so that he could keep up with the airborne X-Men. "Rogue, when did you have a sex change?" Bobby Drake, aka the Iceman, nearly fell off his giant ice slide. Having once crushed on Rogue and been intimate with her, he was about to attest to the fact that Rogue was all woman. But the sight of a male Rogue truly disturbed him on many different levels. For a brief moment the young mutant forgot to create more ice even as he skated ahead. If not for the fact that Storm had created a stiff breeze that pushed him back onto his giant ice-structured body, was sure that he would have fallen to his death. Damn it all. The deeper voice only served to remind her that she had changed. I thought that the curse was triggered by water. Having been levitated by Marvel Girl, which was a better alternative to piggybacking with Spider-Man or riding on Iceman's slide, she had not noticed the change. Her form-fitting outfit, which was designed to adjust with her body, had not given her transformation away either. "I'm going to kill him," Rogue proclaimed. "But aren't we supposed to be looking for someone else?" Kitty asked as she tried to refrain from laughing. "So, explain the part where you turn into a guy," Peter deadpanned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The tide of the battle had clearly changed with Mia's arrival. Not only was she powerful, but she was fast. With the speed of Quicksilver, the strength and durability of Colossus, reflexes and healing factor of Wolverine, Cyclops' powerful optic blast, Storm's ability to control the weather, Jean Grey's telepathy and telekinesis, Iceman's freezing blasts, and Firestar's fiery powers, she was a one-woman army. All she lacked was Shadowcat's ability to phase through fins, something hard to do when her skeleton was laced with vibranium compared to Wolverine's adamantium. Still, her ultimate weakness to gamma radiation was keeping the pair from truly dominating, as she was forced to keep a healthy distance from the Nerd Hulk. With her speed she was able to stay away from the fake Hulk, though she still had to pause or at least slow down before she shot off an optic blast, as she had yet to master all of her powers or even combine some of the more powerful ones. Blurring through the battlefield, she nailed Iron Man with a powerful optic blast, then suddenly reappeared behind the Hulk and freezing the ground he stood on, robbing him of any traction as Ranma landed hard kick to the nerd's face. "In your face, moron!" she shouted as the monster hit the ground, rattling the piles of scraps that surrounded them. Landing gracefully, Ranma suppressed the urge to sigh. Now was not the time to scold her about her lack of tact. Really, her taunts were second-rate at best. He'd definitely have to work with her on her taunts and on mastering her many abilities and powers. Spinning to his side, he barely avoided several shots from Hawkeye and the Black Widow. Not bothering to watch as they were bashed over the head by a speedy Mia, Ranma twisted his body as he avoided a haymaker from Captain America. A rapid exchange of punches and kicks filled the air between the two fighters as they once again tested each other's defenses. Though they had done so before, that was when Ranma had been in his female body. This allowed them to get more information on each other, like helping the captain to realize that boy-type Ranma was slower than the female, but made up for it with increased power and durability. Again, the differences in their range came into play as the taller and more muscular super soldier slowly pressed Ranma back with his advantage. Only Ranma's slightly faster hand and foot speed allowed him to avoid the blows through a combination of dodging and blocking/parrying. Unlike the last time when they thought Captain America refused to leave any openings in his defense, Though he pressed Ranma, he knew better than to overextend himself, as that had been the cause for his near defeat the last time they fought. "You're pretty good," Ranma said with a smirk. "But I've seen better." A fierce middle kick barely missed Ranma, who didn't bother to take advantage of the opening. "Thanks," Cap replied as he spun around with a shield bash, only to again have Ranma nimbly dodge him. "I don't doubt that you have. But why does a kid like you become a world-class during times of peace? I know Japan didn't have a mandatory enlistment or a standing army." Ranma twisted around another series of punches even as he slowly turned to his left. "Pride," he answered. "My old man wanted me to be the best, to be a man amongst men. So you are fighting us to test yourself?" A swift right-left combo was skillfully dodged as the big-tailed boy danced around the attack. "Nope," he replied as he allowed Captain America to set himself up for the next exchange. "You attacked me." A stiff uppercut with his left forced Ranma back further still. "But only because you attacked the X-Men." A vicious diagonal slash with the shield missed its mark as the martial artist continued to retreat. "Didn't mean to." Ranma shrugged as he skipped over a leg sweep. "Someone was screwing with me, making me do things I normally wouldn't do." A flying knee forced Ranma to his left even as Cap left his right side exposed to a counter-attack. Not taking the bait, the big-tailed boy jumped back as the fake Hulk's foot landed right where he would have been had he taken the opportunity to attack. "Give it up, kid," the intelligent Hulk shouted as he threw a powerful overhead punch. Every punch was overhead given the height difference between the Hulk and Ranma. "You'll never beat the Ultimates. Ultimate losers," Ranma quipped, trying to enrage this version of the Hulk.